now, rocking with that dude Pascal. We be going wild, Haitian in the building, so original. Got the haters catching feelings. Get your hands up to the ceiling and keep them held high. Cause St. Louis isn't ready. Forget about it, goodbye. Hold up, we just saying hi. Five somebody, rise up. Weekdays, catch us live. Somebody, let's go.
Good morning. Good afternoon and good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Pascal Show. What's good, everybody? What's poppin'? What is poppin', babies? Here we go. Here we mother-loving go. Hope you guys all doing well out there. Hope this show finds you in great spirits because another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Let's not forget that, y'all. Let us not forget that. Another day above the dirt is always a blessing. Okay, some days are tough, some days are easy, but just remember, if it is when it is tough, just remember that day will pass. This too shall pass, and another day. There's always another day ahead. All right, things can always turn around. Just remember that. All right. So today's a little bit different. I know some of you guys are looking at this going, wait a second. Trust me, we are still covering a lot of stuff today. There's a lot going on, but there is a case that I've been wanting to talk to you guys about. I did a short about it, but we're going to dive in deeper into it today. That's part of what's on the docket today. There's a lot of stuff that's going on in Iran. We're still going to be covering that as well. So for those of y'all who are those political heads that want to know what's going on in the mucky muck overseas, we are still going to be overseas. Today is a lot of international news. Just so you know, we're going to be weaving in and out of true crime, pop culture, and in the political worlds as well. We're going to be going into multi realms today. Yes, we are doing our Lord of the Rings venture today. Okay? Lots of realms we are going to be going into. So please do me a favor, before we get into everything, before we get in this story, in the multiple stories that are going on today, please hit that like button down below, crush it, do what it do, hit that reaction button if you're watching on these platforms, these other platforms. And if you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, make sure you hit that follow button, okay? Follow. Please. And thank you. Also, make sure you hit that subscribe button right here on my YouTube channel. Subscribe, guys, please. Make sure you do that. Because like I said, we talk about a lot of stuff on this channel. Everything from pop culture all the way to true crime and all the stuff that's in between, all the mucky muck. So make sure you are subscribed. Hit that notification bell, set it to all so you know whenever I go live, whenever I upload, because honestly, it is random. And there's a lot of times is whenever I can get on this mother-loving platform, okay? Your boy's busy, okay? We juggle a lot of things. A lot of the balls are in the air, okay? No pun intended, okay? But still, nonetheless, make sure you subscribe, hit that notification bell, set it to all. Hit that join button down below, become a member, support the channel if you can. Support, baby. Please and thank you, all right? Check out my Patreon. It's right there in this very slow ticker that's going across the screen. So if you're sitting there going like, where's that Patreon? What you talking about, that Patreon? I can't seize it. It's right there, slow as molasses, crawling across the bottom of the screen. If you want to support over there, that would be also greatly appreciated. And if you want to support even further, go check out pascalmerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out. pascalmerch.com. Okay, guys, we have got to get into some things, okay? Like I said, it's going to be a multi-realmed day today, guys. We are going to be going into some true crime. We're going to be talking, we might sprinkle in a little bit of pop culture conversation, and we definitely are going to be going deep. Okay, we going deep into the political realm as well, because there's a lot going on that overseas with the Iran war and all that we do need to talk about for sure. Okay. And there is a lot that's going on. So we are going to get into some of the main topics well, we're not going to get into the main topic just yet. The title, we're going to get into that here in just a minute, but we do still need to talk about things that are still popping off overseas with Iran. Obviously, there's been quite a bit of conversations, and there's been a lot of movement that has been going on. Just so you know, first thing earlier this morning, obviously there's been a crazy blockade with U.S. literally shutting down all of hold on, sorry guys. Where the heck is it? Hold on. There we go. I was like, what the hell is going on? So there's been a lot of stuff going on, as you guys already know. There's been quite a bit of stuff going on since this morning, since last night. A lot of percolating going on in the Strait of Hormuz, and of course, the U.S. still has control over the Strait of Hormuz. But something happened this morning. Something happened very early this morning, which was very surprising. I'm going to be real. I was very shocked about this information. You want to know what it is? Okay, I'm going to tell you. China was able to get in. China was able to get a boat through the Strait of Hormuz, past the American blockade. Remember, the American blockade is still going on right now. So U.S. is still clogging up Iran's street, okay? Iran's club, Iran's bar. And U.S. is literally telling all these other boats from all these other countries, you cannot come in, okay? Gandalf, you shall not pass. But then something happened this morning where, like I said, China was able to get through. And yes, Caroline, not that Caroline, but Caroline, yes. They apparently said that it's reported that they were able to pass through peacefully. So here's the thing. As much as we've all been thinking, oh no, doom and gloom, we are absolutely cooked and we're in some serious trouble, apparently we may not be in that much of trouble. Or there may not be a problem here in the near future. I mean, fingers crossed, because here's the thing. Hold on. Hold your horses. Hold on. Because I know everybody's like, yay, and you want to clap. You know what I mean? You just want to, yay, peace in the Middle East. But no, because apparently Iran is still pissed off about this situation as well. They're still saying we shall attack all ports. Because now you got America going off and shutting off and blocking ports for Iran. Iranian ports are being shut off by America. Yeah. So as much as we are sitting there going like, yay, Iran's reacting to the fact that America's cutting off Iran from their own supply, from their own streets. Okay? So this is some pretty insane and wild stuff, to be completely honest. So let's get into some information, because right now, U.S., as of 6 hours ago, okay, this is a video from MS Now. They're saying that these shutdowns are actually happening. These blockades are actually in full effect. Let's take a listen.
Iran hangs in the balance. The U.S. military has begun its blockade of ships entering and exiting Iranian ports. The action is aimed at applying economic pressure to Tehran to force a deal and the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But it risks driving up oil, gas, and food prices even higher. It also risks derailing the fragile truce. President Trump yesterday warning that any Iranian ships approaching the blockade would be, quote, immediately eliminated. Iran, meanwhile, is pushing back, saying if its ports are threatened, then, quote, no port in the Persian Gulf and the Sea of Oman will be safe. The move also risks drawing China, the world's second largest economy and Iran's largest oil buyer, into the confrontation. China yesterday warned that a blockade of the strait threatens global interests, with its foreign ministry spokesman urging restraint and calling on all parties to adhere to the ceasefire. European leaders, meanwhile, are distancing themselves from this action, with Spain's defense minister arguing it makes no sense, and Prime Minister Keir Starmer saying the UK will not support the efforts. President Trump was asked yesterday by reporters about his rationale for this blockade. Watch.
The far as the naval blockade is concerned, what's the end game? Is it to force Iran back to the negotiating table? Is it to open up the strait so that gas prices ultimately come down?
Maybe everything. I mean, both of those things, certainly, and more. We can't let a country blackmail or extort the world, because that's what they're doing. They're really blackmailing the world. We're not going to let that happen. And, the amazing thing is we don't, can you believe this? We don't use the strait. We don't need the strait. We have our own oil and gas, much more than we need. We have more oil and gas than Saudi Arabia. Think of this. We produce more. Saudi Arabia, and add Russia to it. Substantially more. And by next year, we'll have double that amount. So we don't need it, but the world needs it.
Okay, so he's saying that we don't need it, but of course that's the ongoing question. How much of that is actually true? How much of that is actually the truth? Because clearly he says one thing and then we hear something completely different. Let's just be completely real. Okay. Now, him shutting down the Strait of Hormuz is also him taking the economy. It's economic terrorism as well. You know what I mean? It's him shutting everything down and holding the entire world at bay. Pun intended, not intended. Okay. So as much as he's sitting there going, oh yeah, this is economic terrorism, and this is terrible what they're doing. They're holding the world economy, at literally, at the edge of their seat. He's also doing the same doggone thing. Now let's see what happens here. Obviously, let's see what happens at the end of this situation. But clearly, in my personal opinion, things still remain to be seen. And as much as Iran is saying, because people right now, I'm going to be completely real, people right now are rejoicing because they're saying Iran is backing down from this whole situation. They're not doing anything. This is only day 2. And when I mean by day 2, it's only day 2 of this blockade. We've only gone through one full day. God only knows what can happen in a day 3, 4, 7. God only knows. They might be sitting back waiting, and then they could pounce. You never know. But yeah, Tyler, this whole mother-loving thing is far from over. It's not over, y'all. It's not. So we really shouldn't be counting our chickens before they hatch type of deal. You see what I'm saying? But I digress. Let's continue.
Meanwhile, negotiations between the U.S. and Iran continue. Yesterday at the White House, President Trump said, quote, the appropriate people in Iran have called and that they'd like to make a deal.
Mr. President, are another round of talks planned with Iran? And if so, will you send Vice President J.D. Vance with?
Well, he's done a good job. And Steve and Jared, they've all done a very good job. And I can tell you that we've been called by the other side. They'd like to make a deal very badly. But they're coming to our country. Right now, there are many boats coming to our country. Now, it could very well be this is going to be settled before that. We've been called this morning by the right people, the appropriate people, and they want to work a deal. They would like to work a deal.
Meanwhile, 2 U.S. officials and a person familiar with the development tell the Associated Press that the U.S. and Iran are considering in-person talks before the ceasefire expires next week. The talks could happen as soon as this Thursday. Both Islamabad, Pakistan, and Geneva, Switzerland are reportedly under consideration to host those negotiations if they occur. Here on set with me, White House correspondent for USA Today, Francesca Chambers. Francesca, you were part of that gaggle that folks were seeing where the president was both receiving a DoorDash of McDonald's and also talking about Iran and that post of himself as Jesus. We're going to get into all of it, but let's focus on Iran first. Mm-hmm. You asked him if he was open to more talks, and I think the fact that he's signaling a willingness is notable.
Right, and whether or not he would send Vice President J.D. Vance to go a second time as well, because typically in this administration, we've seen Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff, who were also there, be part of these conversations. But the vice president going to be part of these talks was different than what we'd seen before. The president, suggested that he thought that the vice president did a good job as well, as he also said that, Iran has called us and they want to continue to have these conversations. But he didn't go as far as what you said just a moment ago about where they might be in the next round.
Yeah, but it's clear that behind the scenes, at least, they are preparing for that potential, which I think is notable. But I wonder, in your conversations with White House officials, the president seemed initially very wed to this timeline of 4 to 6 weeks. We have now passed that. Is that still the way that they are thinking about it, that this is going to be an excursion, as the president once called it, or a short-term conflict?
Well, there's another week in the ceasefire.
Yeah.
And, based on that timeline, right, like it's very clear that they would like to see this wrapped up very soon. They've been saying it will be soon. But, there's two parties in this conflict. And as they themselves have said, when they were at the negotiating table with Iran, there were still some sticking points. The president said that they were over nuclear, and then he went a little bit further than that and said that they want to go in and get the dust. He seemed to be referring to enriched uranium or their uranium stockpile. That was one of the red lines for the U.S., was that either the U.S. would have to get it or that Iran would have to turn it over. It's obviously preferable for the United States if Iran just turns it over so that the U.S. doesn't have to send in ground forces to go and get it.
Yeah, and we are going to see some administration officials starting to testify on Capitol Hill this week as lawmakers come back, potentially about the cost, potentially about a military supplemental funding bill, and then, of course, on the state of play on the ground, because I think there is still concern on Capitol Hill about the potential for U.S. troops to be sent in on the ground. That is one of the key things that's looming over this.
Yeah, there is talks of they're already saying that troops are already on the ground, that boots are already on the ground. That's already actually happening. But the question I have right now, the main question I have right now is who is the alleged appropriate people? Real talk. No disrespect to any person out there that's defending Trump and thinking that he could do no wrong and all that. I've been getting tweets and I've been seeing these tweets, and I get that there's Iranian people that are saying, like, thank you, Trump, for doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing, liberate Iran and all that. And I see the benefits for the Iranian people as far as that goes. But right now, we're not even about that right now. Have you noticed? Remember, it was about regime change and not letting them have the nukes. Remember all that? And thank you, Sabrina. I appreciate that. Sabrina Henry. Thank you so much, love. But think about that for a hot minute. Can we just rap about this for a hot minute? Can we rap? Can we have a little quick conversation? A little tete-a-tete? Who are the appropriate people? Who are the appropriate people? Because you could keep on saying, you could keep on moving the goalposts, you could keep on moving the plot, changing the plot, you know what I'm saying, to this show that we're watching, which is Epic Fury or Operation Epic Fury. Sure. You could keep on changing it, but at the end of the day, that's not even what we're doing now. We have jumped the shark. We have completely jumped the shark in this show. Sorry, the series Bible said, that's technical terms for what the show is about and what the show's going to do. What a TV show is going to do. This is what this season is going to be. First season is going to be about X, Y, and Z. Second season is going to be X, Y, and Z. Third, fourth, fifth, blah, 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 right? It's basically a write-out of what they're planning on doing with an actual TV show. Now take Epic Fury, Operation Epic Fury, and make it seem and put it in a TV show terms. In this series Bible, we haven't even gotten through the first season, and we're already on a completely plot point, a completely different theme, a completely different focus. As much as they say, oh, we want, the Iranian people are saying, thank you so much for liberating Iran. Let me just say this. When did the liberation happen? Because we haven't seen it yet. at least in my own eyes, no disrespect to any Iranian person that is cheering Trump on. But in the very beginning, yes. A month ago, yes, it was about liberation. He goes, it's now your time. Take over, people of Iran. My Iranian people, your chances now. Decades, you have been under the foot of tyrannical regime. No more. I say no more. He doesn't talk like that, but you get what I'm saying. He says it's now the time to take over, Iranian people. Here's the thing, though. What has happened since then? Come on now. Since that speech, when we all were like, oh my God, clutch my pearls. We're in war with Iran. You know what I mean? Dun, dun, dun. You know what I mean? We're all losing our minds over that stuff, right? Regime change. You got the Iranian people doing the shake wake dance, doing the Trump dance and all that. Excited. YMCA. You know what I mean? Thank you, America. Regime change, liberation for Iran. So then what happened? Where's that regime change? Where's the liberation for the Iranian people? Like I said, we lost the mother-loving plot. Plot gone. Now we're looking at the Strait of Hormuz. We're not even worried about liberation of Iran. No, like I said, no disrespect to the Iranian people. I want y'all to get your liberation while you can get it. But are you getting it? Where is the liberation? So then when he says, we're talking to the appropriate people, who's the appropriate people? Do you know if you're talking to the right appropriate people? Because remember, let's just go 2 weeks ago, back down memory lane real quick. We go all the way back. Remember he said 20 boats. They wanted to give me 8. They were, but then they gave me 10. Then now, just to prove their need for peace, right? They gave me 20 of that delicious liquid gold filled with delicious, delicious oil. Where did that happen? Where did it happen? When did that happen? And where is it? I know they go in a small, in a very, very slow pace, 15 miles per hour top speed. I mean, you're on that thing. And if it goes 16, somebody's like, slow down. You're going too fast. The person who's driving the oil tanker. But if you really think about it, where are them boats? Because where are those checks that he said he was going to give us? Remember those checks that he talked about? He did a whole speech. Remember the checks? He was about to give everybody like $2,000 or something crazy like that. Just to show you that not even those stimmies. We ain't even talking about them stimmies. Not even talking about those stimulus checks. But remember the tariffs? He said the tariffs are doing so great, I'm about to give everybody money. And of course, we're all like, ooh, okay, that's cool. $2,000. A lot of people could take that $2,000 or more. God knows what, right? But whatever happened to that check? Just like that, it is a ghost. It's a fugazi. It's a fugazi, what he did. Now he says, Iran, just a few weeks ago, was wanting to give him some amazing oil. 20 boats filled with delicious oil. Where is that armada of boats? So when he says he's talking to the appropriate people, are we sure he's talking to the appropriate people? Like I said, no disrespect to anybody who's sitting there going, well, there's a chance. Well, maybe there is. But I've yet to see anybody. I have yet to see any change. Here's the other thing, too. He says they want a deal. So you mean that J.D. Vance flew all the way over to Pakistan to sit down and have a 21-hour conversation with the likes of leaders of Iran that even said before he even landed in Pakistan, they said there's no way we are making a deal unless you do these two things that we want. Two main things. They said that. And they still sat down for 21 hours. And what happened then? Nothing happened. Vice President Vance flew back home empty-handed. He tried, though. I give him that star for effort because he damn sure tried. 21 hours of trying to make something happen. And nothing happened. And now Trump is saying appropriate people are now wanting to make a deal. Have we heard this before? Yes, we have. And guess what? Now they're going to possibly have J.D. Vance fly all the way back out there to have another conversation about a peace deal. And I'm telling you right now, I don't think that's going to happen. They want to keep their uranium. They still want to continue building their own nukes. They still want to have access to those things. Do you really think that do you think that the Trump administration is going to walk away saying, all right, that's cool. You keep your nukes. But we ain't going to release your frozen assets. Sorry, we're not going to do that. Do you see what I'm saying? Do you really think we're going to be able to come to some sort of agreement with the likes of Iran? I doubt it. I'm still hopeful, but I doubt it. Vance going all the way back out there again. To what? For what? I'm curious, guys. I'm curious because it just ain't making any sense. You got blockades going on. They're blocking Iranian ports right now. And even Iran is now sitting here saying like, yo, you do this, you will get retaliation. If you keep blocking our stuff, we will retaliate. Take a look at this.
Today is day 2 of the U.S. blockade of the Strait of Hormuz, and President Trump warns that any Iranian ships challenging it will be eliminated. Matt Finn is live in Dubai with the very latest for us. Matt?
Good morning, Ainsley. So far, no reports of any major incidents or confrontations out on the Persian Gulf behind me where that American blockade is happening. Now, Fox's Lauren Simonetti reports that a Chinese-owned ship passed through the Strait of Hormuz today with the U.S. blockade in place. It's an oil and chemicals tanker that was turned back yesterday, the first day of the blockade, but got through today with success. Now, this tracks with what the president and CENTCOM is saying, which is that the entire Persian Gulf is not blocked. Rather, the U.S. is preventing ships from entering or exiting Iranian ports. An Iranian military spokesperson has been threatening possible retaliation for all this, writing, if the security of Iranian ports is threatened, no port in the Gulf or the Sea of Oman will be safe. The latest report this morning from the International Energy Agency says continued attacks on energy infrastructure here in the Middle East and ongoing restrictions to tanker movements throughout the Strait of Hormuz has led to the largest fuel disruption in history. Initially, these deep cuts in oil came from the Middle East, had a huge impact on sectors like jet fuel. But if things remain as is, this new report says scarcity and higher prices will persist. Ainsley?
Okay, thank you, Matt. Experts are warning that gas prices are likely to jump up again this week as the U.S. blockade on the Strait of Hormuz does go into effect. And oil prices nearly hit $100 a barrel. Vice President J.D. Vance says he understands Americans are feeling pain at the pump.
Well,
sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I don't mean to pause it right there. But it is very frustrating when, they're just sitting there going like, we understand that the pain that the American people are going through. Yeah, it's bad. It's not good. It's bad. And things need to change. But are we going to see that change very soon? They're policing right now the Strait of Hormuz. I just want to make that abundantly clear. The Strait of Hormuz is being monitored and policed by America right now. As much as Trump is saying, are we tired? Are you tired of winning yet? I'm done. But But as much as Trump is saying, like, we have plenty of oil, we don't need it, then why are we feeling the brunt of it right now? Why are our gas prices changing if we have enough? Why is everything skyrocketing way beyond Biden era? The average price for gas right now is about $4.17 or something like that, give or take a few cents. This is the highest it's been in a very, very long time. So why are we hearing we don't need it, and then our prices of gas keep going up? And they're not going to stop climbing. They're going to continue to climb. This is a big, huge concern. It should be a huge concern for all of us. But Trump is saying one thing, and we're hearing something completely different, or we're seeing something at the gas stations. And that's a huge problem. Here's the other problem, too. Have you noticed that other administrations, other leaders are coming out with information, like they're saying, hey, you know, we're in dire straits, or, you know, things are getting very thin as far as gas prices and everything. They're not lying to their base. They're not lying to their country. They're not lying to their people, because things are getting really low and we need to figure some things out. Australia is being very upfront and candid with their fuel crisis and their fuel problem right now. You got things in Ireland where people are just straight up pissed and they're trying to figure out something over there as well. You got other countries, India. I mean, I don't know about their leadership, but you know that in India, everything is going literally Brian Noam, okay? Cockeyed titties. It's all jacked up. All right. Something needs to be figured out. And our administration needs to fess up if there's something that we need to worry about or not. And I get it that they don't want full pandemonium. They don't want a catastrophe. They don't want people reacting in a very violent nature in the streets. But at the same time, if you keep holding off on the inevitable, if they're lying and inevitably we are running out of things, they need to fess up sooner rather than later. Because then we're going to have a J6 on our hands, and it's going to be everybody. It's not going to be just MAGA supporters. It's going to be everybody. It's going to be left, right. It's going to be purple like a mug in these streets, not red or blue. It's going to be a blend, and you don't want to see that. You don't want to see that. So I am worried that we're hearing one thing, and we're hearing and something else is really going on behind the scenes. Something needs to be figured out as soon as possible. Now, here's the thing. If they can come up with some sort of peace deal, bet, cool, Gucci. I'm Gucci with it. Come up with some sort of peace deal with Iran so that the world can get turned back on. Because right now, the lights are dimming, if you get what I'm saying. Look at what we're seeing with what's going on with Cuba. We're now going to see it at a global level. You understand that, right? What's going on with Cuba? They're literally starving them out, for lack of a better term. Their power grids keep on shutting down. They keep on having full-on blackouts, not even rolling blackouts, just full-on blackouts. It's very bad. People who are on life support dying because they don't have enough power to keep the individuals on life support still alive. This is a massive problem. We're going to see that at a global level. And guess who's going to be the bad guy? Guess who's going to be looked at as the butthole of this whole situation? America. So they really need to get on point as soon as possible. Let's hear what he got to say. Let's see what he got to say.
You know, the president said, Brett, that yes, gas prices are higher. Yes, energy prices are higher. First of all, they're higher from a baseline where we've never had the terrible energy prices that we had of the last administration. So we come at this from a position of strength. But, Brett, absolutely, we know the American people are hurting. That's why that we're negotiating so aggressively to try to get the energy prices to come down. We're going to keep on working at it. I do think that we're in a place where we've accomplished our objectives.
And joining me.
Wait, I'm sorry. What objectives have been accomplished? If we got prices and things going up, the inflation of just March alone is astronomical and is jaw-dropping. So what goals were accomplished? And here's the other thing. Here's the thing. I'm gonna say it. I don't give a damn. I feel bad. This is gonna be weird. I'm gonna say this, okay? But I feel bad for JD Vance. Hold on. What? You feel bad for JD Vance? The hell's wrong with you, Pascal? No, I feel bad for him on a personal level because his whole campaign in 2028 is absolutely, completely obliterated. He might as well not run. Guilty by association, am I not? Wrong. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Guilty by association. That's what's going to happen. Because right now he's using all of his flowery words and all that. And he's like, we're still working it out. And, we did benefit from some things that we're doing. What are we benefiting? What are the accomplishments? This is all bad. His face right now is next to a massive inflation of just March alone. Look at that. This is the vice president of these United States right next to a very bad hike in prices on all the things that we need as Americans to keep this country moving. The things that we are angry about are all right next to his face. Do you realize? I'm sorry, but do you realize how bad that is? Like, I feel bad for him on a personal level. Not on a political, because he decided, he made this bed. He decided to stand next to the person that he referred to as the funny mustache man before, during his last term, during Trump's last term. And suddenly he threw that all out the window so he can get a little bit of power. And look at his face with that smoky eye right next to massive inflammation. It is inflamed, but massive inflation. This is not good for him. And I get it. He's trying to be like, see, I'm optically, just so you know, I'm flying over the Pakistan trying to change the world, trying to bring peace back into the world. I'm about to be Captain Save-A-Ho. Okay. I'm about to save the world. And it didn't work. 21 hours of nothing. And now he's sitting there going, well, we accomplished some things. Yeah, I know that inflammation. Take your ginger tea, babies, okay? Take your ginger tea for that inflammation. But inflation, all right, bad. Yeah, his campaign is absolutely cooked, JLK. His campaign is absolutely mother-loving cooked, y'all. And we still got, what, 2 more years of this crap? 2, right? Right? It's 2, yeah. By the power of Grayskull.
We're negotiating so aggressively to try to get the energy prices to come down. We're going to keep on working at it. I do think that we're in a place where we've accomplished our objectives.
And joining me now is Charles Payne, host of...
Did you see his... I don't know who this guy is, but did you see how he reacted? Just hearing that soundbite, he goes, okay. What did you accomplish, mother lover?
Making money on Fox Business. We need to make some money to pay for the gas, right?
We have to make some money.
That is a suit. That is a suit. But here, let me tell you something. You know he's screwed as soon as he picks up a hot dog. As soon as he eats a sloppy Joe. As soon as he picks up a chicken wing. Okay? That whole suit is ruined. You can't touch nobody in that suit. Nobody. You understand? Somebody puts their hand on your shoulder, like, good to see you, brother. Whole handprint on that suit. That is too clean. He's blending into the mother-loving seat that he's sitting in. Damn. Like, is he a floating head with floating hands? What the hell's going on? Okay, I'm done. But yeah, it's like, you know what I mean? When you clean off a mirror, you're like, ooh, it's perfect. No lint, no little pieces of lint on it or nothing, because you use that newspaper. You know, you went out your way to get that newspaper to wipe down that mirror, and then suddenly you just sneeze or you just turn on the faucet, and all of a sudden, or you brush your teeth and all of a sudden just spittle on the damn mirror. You're like, damn it. That's his suit. Okay? Not one drop of perspiration can come off of his forehead, or that suit is forever destroyed. This is a suit you only wear once. You understand? Just once. That's it. And that's it. Can't wear that. You can't wear that ever again. God forbid if he had to kneel down to tie his shoe, whole kneecap covered in dirt. Do you understand? No, I mean, he looks clean, but I'm just saying it's almost too clean. Okay, I'm done. I'm sorry. I just had to. Yeah, no coffee, no tea. Even water would stain this suit. You understand? You can't do nothing with this thing. You can't do nothing. He'd have to sit there like this. He can't do a damn thing. He moves, he's screwed. Just saying. It looks great, but damn. Okay?
Honey, absolutely, yeah.
Thanks
but
for coming on.
I got to tell you, yesterday oil went up to 105 West Texas Intermediate, closed under 100, 97 today. You're going to see them come down really a lot. By the end of the year, it could be around $72 a barrel, and I think maybe $3 a gallon. So this thing wraps up within the next 2 or 3 weeks. I think this will be a flash, cost spike that was worth it, because we're going to get something I call the peace dividend. That's going to be a multi-decade, great Pax Americana for all of the world.
Wow. I was about to say his hair is even matching his suit. That's crazy. He should have glasses to match the suit. You see what I'm saying? And then it's just a whole coordinate, okay? You see what I'm saying? Coordinate. But here's the thing. He just said that, everything's going to be going down by the end of the year. By the end of the year. We're not anywhere near the end of the year. Do you understand that, right? We're like halfway through. We're not even halfway through, baby. We're not even halfway through yet. So now he's saying, oh, it's nothing to worry about, because I'm the host of this show making money. So I got to say something that's going to calm the MAGA base and our viewers, to make them think that the world isn't going to hell in a handbasket, and that, no, we're not sitting inside of a barrel of burning cat piss spiraling off this planet. Everything's going to be fine. He's saying that it's going to drop by the end of the year. By the end of the year. Let me tell you something. You realize that, anything's possible, By the end of the year, I could be a millionaire. By the end of the year, I can own my dream car, an Aston Martin. Anything's possible. By the end of the year, I could finally meet Denzel Washington. By the end of the year, I could have my own TV show. You know what I'm saying? By the end of the year, Trump could have his sanity back. I'm just saying, by the end of the year, anything is possible. We in the 4th month of the year right now. 4th. Just so you know. 4th month of the year. We ain't even near halfway. So this prediction is just a whatever. It's a shot in the dark. He's going to say whatever. Whatever. Sure. The war could end tomorrow. It could. This tension between Iran and America, Israel, all that. Shoot, there could be world peace by the end of the year. There could be alien invasions going on our planet by the end of the year. Anything is possible by the end of the year. So, of course, he's going to say that. Because it doesn't make him sound dumb, but it also gives the people who are listening that aren't really using their brain cells hope. You know what I mean? 0-calorie hope. Wow. That is bars. That is bars. 0-calorie hope. Yeah. Ain't that wild? Okay, you know, I'm going to stop dwelling on that, but let's continue. He's just saying it because he's getting paid to say this BS. Okay, 0-calorie hope.
So you think it's going to go down? Because the president, you heard him on Maria's show over the weekend, he said, I don't know, it might not by the time midterms. In fact, we have that soundbite, and I'll get your reaction on the other side.
It could be the same or maybe a little bit higher, but it should be around the same. I think this won't be that much longer.
No, I think he's being conservative. Again, if this wraps up in a couple of weeks, I'm saying oil prices will be around 73 at the end of the year and gasoline $3.10.
How does it wrap up? What do? We have to go in and get the enriched uranium and then it's over?
Yeah, well, you know, it seems like they were really close, very close in this last round. And there's a lot. Iran is very eager. You know, I know so many people out there rooting against America. Unfortunately, a lot of American media and so forth. But we have just absolutely crushed them. And the idea that you have a little bit of guerrilla warfare, that kind of thing, as your final stands. You know, there's this old meme with a door with a lock and a chip and a Cheeto holding it in. That's what they're down to right now. Listen, we like to resolve it. Everyone like to resolve it. But now with this blockade, the economic damage on top of what's already happened to Iran, they can't sustain it.
Yeah, it's costing Iran $435 million per day.
Right.
Here in America, average gas prices, the current price today, $4.11. Last week it was $4.14. And last month it was $3.67.
Gasoline prices, though, and J.D. Vance referenced this, and he didn't want to gloat, obviously, because they're up now, but they come down dramatically since the inauguration, dramatically. So we're bouncing back to an area where we were, and obviously we're nowhere close to the peaks of the Biden administration. But people...
Wait. Nowhere near. Yeah, you know, the dogs are, they tripping. But here's the thing. He's saying that it's nowhere near what it was like with the Biden administration. The what? What kind of crap is coming out of his mouth right now? This is BS. I'm rolling that back because that is just trash. Okay? Miss me with this nonsense.
And last month it was $3.67.
Gasoline prices, though, and J.D. Vance referenced this, and he didn't want to gloat, obviously, because they're up now, but they come down dramatically since the inauguration, dramatically. So we're bouncing back to an area where we were, and obviously we're nowhere close to the peaks of the Biden administration. But people like the fact that they were coming down because we don't want this to harm all the good things that are happening, from the big, beautiful bill and all the tax cuts and all those things, which already were evident, you know, and certain economic data like manufacturing data, factory jobs, onshoring. We've got an economic juggernaut, and we don't want something like this to disrupt it.
How does this affect?
Oh, my dear Lord. Sorry, but this is, okay. Like I said, we are literally getting this information from Fox News right now. And of course, we have somebody who's obviously biased. He's saying one thing because it's going to sound good, and this is what that channel and that platform wants to put out. So of course they make him say these not make him, but I'm sure, you know, they probably coached him into saying this stuff. But right now it is the highest it's been in a very, very long time. And for him to sit there and say that, oh, it's just, you know, it's nothing like what we've experienced in the Biden era. You say that now, my brother, but, you know, I beg to differ. You are predicting something that is going to happen by the end of the year, and we ain't even halfway through this mother-loving end of the year. We're not even halfway through the year. So you're making very wide predictions, saying one thing when we're seeing something else. We're seeing the price of gas continue to go up. We're already seeing other countries trying to distance themselves from America because of what they're doing in the Strait of Hormuz and what we're doing in the Middle East. And as much as he's saying, yeah, we're absolutely annihilating them, we're absolutely doing X, Y, and Z, sure. Yeah, we got the firepower for sure. That's not a question. That's not what we're talking about. Yes, they're destroying naval ships. Yeah, they're doing all this. But at the same time, Iran still has firepower. Iran still has power in a way to really screw things up. Right now, we're literally standing right next to or on top of a live wire that could also go absolutely crazy if things don't go according to plan. So again, you know, he could keep saying these things, but I beg to differ. Okay. But let me take this over here to this. Bill O'Reilly had some things to say. I think this is very interesting. We got to take a look at this. Let's take a listen.
Bill O'Reilly knows a lot about that. He has written about all of the presidents, author of Confronting Evil, also Confronting the Presidents, host of the new weekly podcast, We Will Do It Live. Bill, welcome back. Good
BRB,
to see
guys.
you. I read your message of the day. You seem to be laying out that President Trump is caught between his legacy, which means he cannot back off of Iran and allow them to get a nuclear weapon or have nuclear material, and his political future in the midterms, which show him becoming increasingly unpopular because of the war in Iran.
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of things in play today. Thanks for having me on, as usual. I was just stunned at the pagans in the media being so upset with the Jesus picture. I mean, these are people. The last time they saw the inside of a church was when they were baptized. So, I mean, it's a lot of hypocrisy in the air. And I understand, Leland, that the picture itself, Trump was getting a doctorate in theology. He wasn't a real doctor. Sometimes they dress up. So you can see that I'm poking fun at this because the overreaction just demonstrates how the media just hates Donald Trump and everything he does. Now,
it doesn't make any sense to me why you would go anywhere out of your way to try to justify that. Here's the other thing, too. It'd be a different story if Trump actually responded in a better way, like not lying. How about that? Imagine if he actually went up and said, yeah, I posted it. Thought it was funny. So I posted it. So what? I'm not going to apologize for it. I feel like there would be a lot more people on the side of, okay, he admitted it. He could have chosen to not, but he did. He thought it was funny. Okay, guys, stop, being all up in arms. Okay, it's just a little joke. We've seen plenty of people do stuff like this all the time. We see actors in movies playing Jesus all the time, blah, blah, blah. There's things that people would be making every excuse under the sun about if he was to sit there and say, yeah, I did it, so what? I thought it was funny. That's it. It was a joke. Move on, right? But instead of him doing that, he says, no, I thought it was a Red Cross. I thought it was a doctor, Red Cross doctor or something like that. It looked like it was somebody, a Red Cross doctor or something like that, healing the world, healing people. And that's what I'm doing. I'm healing people. You know what I mean? He just completely just made up some BS excuse live on television, lying to the American people and clearly gaslighting them. So any person that's sitting there going like, oh, this is funny, he lied to us. It's not funny anymore, regardless. It was funny. Yeah, I was laughing because I was like, oh my God, because it's very Trump for him to do something like that. This is funny to me, right? It is funny. But then when he doesn't even take responsibility of it and just admit that what he did was wrong and he lies about it, that's when it starts getting people angry. And of course, Bill O'Reilly, of course, is a Trump supporter like a mother lover. So of course he's going to be like, it's so funny. I don't understand why media is so angry about it. Listen, we have been lied to constantly, over and over and over again. At some point, anything he does, there's going to be some sort of reaction now. There's going to be a very honest and visceral gut reaction to things that he posts, especially when he was going off on the Pope, and because of the Pope not agreeing with this war overseas in the Middle East, to Then after him going off on the Pope, he posts this. It's dumb. It's dumb. But let's hear more about what Bill O'Reilly has to say.
The strategy in the Hormuz situation is pretty good. I think the U.S. Navy will be able to stop most of the oil coming out of Iran, and that will hurt them big time. People have to eat, and their economic situation is dire. And as you said, there's no turning back now. So President Trump has got to win it.
Yep.
Or he goes down as a loser president. Like,
I agree 110% with that one right there. He either has to come out of this situation on top winning. Nothing but Charlie Sheen situation going on. Winning. Okay? He needs to walk out of this situation winning. Or he walks out as an absolute failure of a president. That I agree with 100%. He's got to come out on top on this situation. And right now it's not looking like that. Because we're seeing how the economy is. It's all about what the economy does and how the economy and the world market actually reacts to all this. And right now it's not good. But there's still room. There's still an opportunity for him to turn this all the way around. But we haven't seen it yet, have we?
Lyndon Johnson did. And Trump does not want that. So that's where we are.
Okay. So few things there. We'll get to the AI Jesus picture in a little while. I think that most Americans who are sitting at home figuring out whether or not they're going to be able to pay rent at the end of the month or buy groceries or pay for their kids' summer T-ball league are less concerned about the media and the coverage and whether or not there's an AI image of Trump and who's losing their minds. I think they're concerned about the war and what that means and whether America succeeds. This is from the New York Times. Iran blockade sets up a test of which side can endure more pain. You, unlike many, truly understand what Iran is capable of. During the Iran-Iraq war, the Iranians sent thousands upon tens of thousands of children, 10, 12, 14 years old, across the berm into no man's land to be slaughtered by the Iraqis in the hopes that the Iraqis would run out of bullets before Iran ran out of kids to sacrifice.
Yeah.
The only thing the kids had was a key to heaven, plastic key to heaven. This is the question, Bill. You really think that we can outlast, the American people can outlast Iran's willingness to endure pain?
Yeah, the American people have no choice. They elected Donald Trump. They don't have any choice. If Trump wants to stay there for 6 months, he's going to stay there for 6 months. He may lose the midterms, but that's what he's going to do.
He's going to definitely lose the midterms. I'm just telling you right now. He's going to lose the midterms. Just want to make that abundantly clear. If this war continues going the way it's going right now, Trump will, or, his base, or, the Republicans will lose the midterms. Doesn't matter if he's trying to wrap it up now or if he's trying to have this war be a prominent part of this, of the midterms. No matter what, it's all biting him right in the ass right now. This is not making him look any better. His MAGA base is already falling apart. MAGA is already having a full-on meltdown. A lot of people are wanting to jump ship. Pun intended. A lot of people are trying to jump ship. They want out. They want nothing to do with this crap. They want out of this crap immediately. This could be an absolute. This could be absolutely catastrophic for him, if it hasn't already been catastrophic for him. Let me get this members chat. Thank you so much for being a member for the past 41 months. Damn. Thank you. Oh, my word. I cannot wait for the day Pascal meets Denzel. Man, would that be a conversation? Would that be a conversation? Okay? Sorry, I couldn't let this go. But seriously, there's lots of time to take the right step. Yes, there's a lot of time for Trump to make the right move, Kimberly in Japan. Thank you so much for your membership and so much for your support. Yes, and of course, it'd be fire to meet Denzel. Are you out of your mind? I would love to meet him, okay? Maybe one day, maybe that's written in the stars in the near future. I don't know. Anything's possible in the next 7, 8, 9, 11 months that we have left in this year. You see what I'm saying? So again, they have a huge opportunity to make some serious changes, or Trump could go and walk into this mug, take full control over the Strait of Hormuz, and that be a huge win for America. But I'm telling you right now, that would mean targets on America's back, period, forever. If we take this country, if we take the Strait of Hormuz straight up by force and it's ours, you don't think that there's not going to be some form of retaliation in the future? You got to remember, there's a lot of countries that hate us, and now there's a lot of countries that don't even like us now because of what's going on in the Middle East. So, yeah, this is not the time to be out here making bad choices, but we'll see what's going on. You know what I mean?
But I think you're underestimating the emotion of the day, whereby a lot of people are going, well, is the president unstable? That's why I made fun of this whole thing at the top, because these heathens in the media couldn't care less about Jesus or whatever picture came out at 4 a.m. They don't care. They just use anything to run him down. I don't think it was a wise move to have that picture put out there. I think the president is exhausted. He doesn't get enough sleep. He understands the strain he's under. As I said in the very beginning, this is the biggest gamble he's ever taken in his whole life. In his whole life, this Iranian thing is the biggest gamble a man has ever taken. And now, it's not going to go either way. I think America will prevail, but it's not going to be easy, and there's going to be a lot of angst. And, he's internalizing that.
Okay. Now, yeah, I think one thing is for sure. Trump needs a nap. Trump needs a nappy poo. He definitely does. Even with that DoorDash grandma situation, which we are going to be talking about in a little bit, even with that DoorDash grandma situation, he couldn't even act out the situation properly. He couldn't even. He said, "Oh, look, not like this is all staged or anything." And it's like, bruh, that was staged like a mug. That was staged like a mother lover. But hey, that was real. That happened in real time. He couldn't even act that out. He couldn't have just walked up and said, "Oh, thank you so much for dropping off the DoorDash." And then she could say, "Thank you so much, President Trump, for making no taxes on tips. Thank you, President Trump. You're saving America." And then he can hold up the bags of McDonald's and smile and walk away. But that didn't happen now, did it? It didn't happen. We're going to talk about that too, because it's terrible. But real quick, Kimberly Japan, thank you so much. Thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. It's been a while since people got gifted on the show, so I appreciate that. Breaking the seal, getting it back to being alive again. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Welcome to the family, all 5 of you guys, and please if you can, put some purple heart emojis or just heart emojis in the chat for those of y'all who just became members. Show her some love, okay? Kimberly, all the way in Japan, is showing some love, so just put some heart emojis in the chat. It can be green, it can be red, it can be purple. Okay, just show her some love, okay? And all I ask as well is to pay it forward. I haven't said that in a long time. Wow. She just gave you guys something positive. So all I'm asking you to do is to pay that positivity forward. Open the door for somebody, get somebody a cup of coffee, buy that person next to you a drink if you're at the bar, at some point. I'm not saying right now. I know it's 5 o'clock somewhere in the world, but at the same time, pay it forward. That's all I'm asking. All right. A simple, simple ask. So thank you so much, Kimberly, and welcome to the family, you new 5 individuals. But here's the thing. Trump needs a nap. He tired. He definitely tired. Yes, I agree with Bill O'Reilly here. I agree with Billy. Okay? I agree that there's a lot of pressure on Trump right now. He ain't sleeping much. There's a lot of stuff going on in Iran. There's a lot of war. He is still doing a lot of stuff here in America as well. He's still here, but he's dealing with all kinds of different news and pieces of information. I'm sure Pete Hegseth and the likes of people of the Pentagon are constantly coming in and out of either his quarters, his chambers, or coming out of the Oval Office every minute or two with some sort of update on what's going on with the ships and the Strait of Hormuz and prices of gas and blah, blah, blah. There's a lot on his shoulders. Sure, there's a lot of stuff on his shoulders. But here's the thing. He made this bed. He made this bed, everybody. He made the decision, had a conversation with the likes of Bibi Netanyahu, and he said, I bet. We ain't gonna, hold up. Come on, Bibi. We ain't gonna drop no nukies. We ain't gonna do that. What we're gonna do, though, is we're gonna use my strength. You're gonna go and annihilate and completely obliterate the Ayatollah Senior. You're gonna fly in, you're gonna do what you do, okay? You guys gonna do what you need to have happen, and then we gonna fly in and we just gonna start dropping bombs on everything. And then we gonna say we America. They're gonna see the US flag on the side of these planes and these ships, and they're gonna realize, oh, we're not to be messed with. And that's when they pull out their white drawers, turn them into white flags, and they start waving them. And then that's the end of the war. And we take over and we win. You and me, BB. You and me, we win. And it'll only be about 3 days of a scuffle. And that's it. 40 days later, we're still in this mug. He didn't know that. He didn't know that was going to happen. And lo and behold, we in it. And I bet you he's regretting every minute of it. Listen, I'm not trying to humanize President Trump. I'm not trying to humanize what he's doing. Not at all. But I guarantee you, he was like, I did not expect this to go this long. Damn. Well, we're going to try to make the best of it. And so now we're here. Now we're in this mucky muck. What you think was going to happen? Truly, what you think was going to happen? Unbelievable. But let us continue, shall we? Gas prices are going to drop by the end of the year. That's a good prediction. Like, that's everybody's everybody's hoping for that. I'm hoping for that. I want us to be great. I want us to be dope. I want us to win. Of course, it'd be really nice if everything got back to under $3. That'd be fire. But all the things that he's been saying right now, all the things that he was saying before, he can't say those things no more. He can't sit there and go, gas prices are lower than they've ever been before. They're lower than they've ever been before. He can't say that anymore. He can't say, oh, the economy's booming, because it's not right now. We're all freaking out. Everything's getting more expensive. And just like that reporter, that anchor said, yeah, a lot of people are wondering if they are going to be, at this point now, some people are trying to figure out if they should put gas in their car or pay for food to put on their table. That is not good. You got people out here, millennials, losing their freaking minds, having full-on meltdowns on social media because they feel like they can't get further on in life, that they're not even living beyond their means. But they are at the same time because of how the economy is. People are losing their homes. People are not able to live where they want to live. Some people are resorting back to living with their parents, which is, there's nothing wrong with that. But there's some people who are doing that. Sometimes you got to take a step backwards before you can take a gigantic leap forward. Those things do happen. But at the same time, my Lord, more and more people are struggling more than ever. Some people are having to do multiple jobs and an OnlyFans account just so that they can put food on the table and put overpriced gas in the tanks of their car. That is insane. Oh, and then let's not forget unaffordable healthcare. That's the other issue too. You want to get a tooth pulled? You want to go and get a routine checkup to make sure you ain't dying? Can't even do that right now because of everything being so astronomically expensive as far as healthcare goes. And he's over there overseas playing war. This big, beautiful bill. Big, beautiful bill. It's huge. Huge bill. Yeah, I know. So here's the thing. We got some things we got to talk about. Of course, we're going to get into the main title topic here in just a second. But I'd be remiss if I didn't bring up the conversation about DoorDash grandma. We have got to talk about this. Because one thing is for sure, DoorDash grandma, I'm just trying to pull up the photo or a video. DoorDash grandma, remember this woman? Okay. This woman walked up, dropped off the bags of McDonald's for Trump. Now, let me just tell you something. Okay, first off, if you didn't know that entire exchange was staged, hold on. I just want to pull it up. Just so you see a little bit of it, just so you can see the clip, all right? If you think, or if you're suddenly surprised that this exchange was staged, if you're suddenly going, oh my Lord, this whole thing was staged, what is wrong with you? If you really didn't think in the very beginning that this was not staged, and now you are suddenly shocked on how it was staged, you might need to get your head checked. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to ostracize any person. You smart. You brilliant. You brilliant. You beautiful. You smart. Sometimes things just go fly over your head. It's okay. Jesus loves you. Or actually, if it's Trump, because the image that he did. Trump loves you. Just remember that. It's all love. You smart. No. You're great. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're brilliant. Oh, look at your face. Got your nose. But still, here's the thing. If you did not realize that this whole thing was staged, then what the hell's wrong with you? Yeah, it's instead of it, Joe Blum, instead of it being pitiful, it should be pity. Pity. Should be that, okay? We all should be sticking our noses up in the air and going, oh, pity. How would you not know that this thing was mother loving staged? It was so obviously staged. He even said it out loud. He's like, oh, this doesn't look staged at all. He said the quiet part out loud, okay? Like I said yesterday, like the PSA. Hey, Michael Jordan, thank you so much for coming in. Hey, kids, don't do drugs now. You know what I mean? Thank God for basketball, because if I was not doing basketball, I'd be smoking that sweet, gorgeous, delicious rock. You know? Now you be good, kids. Thank you. All of them in unison. Thank you. Thank you, Michael Jordan. Right? Remember all that crap? That's literally what we saw. It was like a PSA. Thank you, President Trump, for being such an amazing president. And without the no taxes on tips, I wouldn't be able to make money to save my husband from cancer. Thank you. More. Thank you, President Trump. That's what happened. She don't even live in D.C., y'all. She don't even live in D.C., y'all. This mother-loving woman doesn't even live in D.C., y'all. So, for those y'all who are sitting here going, hey, que pasa? She's amazing. She's not even from D.C. This woman from Arkansas, yeah, she ain't even from here. I mean, she ain't even from there. She don't even live in D.C. Yes. Let's take a look at this, though.
Do you think this is the world's most famous DoorDash delivery?
Maybe. I don't know that I would ever be able to say that I've delivered to anybody else that's been more high profile.
How was President Trump?
Very, very kind.
Do you like the Oval?
Oh, it was beautiful.
Is your first time meeting the president?
Yes. First time in D.C.
Did you vote for him?
I have. Yeah.
In the last election?
Well, I was actually moved, so I hadn't had a chance to change my voter registration. But you know, again, this is about no tax on tips, and that's really.
Is she even? Wait, hold on. We got hold up.
World's most famous DoorDash delivery.
Maybe. I don't know that I would ever be able to say that I've delivered to anybody else that's been more high profile.
How was President Trump?
Very, very kind.
Do you like the Oval?
Oh, it was beautiful.
Is your first time meeting the president?
Yes. First time in D.C.
Did you vote for him?
Said it out loud. I don't live in D.C. I've never been here in my whole entire life. No, she didn't move to D.C. She's from Arkansas. So she moved. Apparently she moved to a whole other, maybe to another home, just maybe down the street. I don't know. This is weird. It's weird. Maybe she moved to a different state, but nowhere near D.C. though.
I have. Yeah.
In the last election?
Well, I was actually moved, so I hadn't had a chance to change my voter registration. But you know, again, this is about no tax on tips, and that's really what I'm here for.
Where do
Sorry.
you live now?
I leave tomorrow night.
So
where do you live?
Oh, I live in Arkansas.
she lives in Arkansas. Okay? She lives in Arkansas. And what's crazy is that, of course, they try to make it seem like something else that it's not. Okay? Thank you. There's, like gave off the vibe that it was something else that it's not when, in actuality, she's not from there. Now, here's the thing. Obviously, it's obvious that she's not from there. It was obvious. Well, it was obvious that it was staged. Totally obvious that it was staged. Okay? Totally staged. If you think it wasn't, then like I said, you've been living under a rock or you've never seen anything on TV ever before. Like you've never seen anything acted out before. It is clearly fake. It was clearly fake. And what's crazy is that she probably never even voted for Trump the second time, or was probably never going to vote for Trump the second time. But it's still an opportunity to meet a president of the United States. How often do you get that opportunity? And then also at the same time, an opportunity to promote you and your brand, which is DoorDash Grandma. She is trying to raise money for her husband, who is fighting cancer right now, and she's trying to pay those bills. But we got to talk about that here in just a minute. This is from DoorDash. Her name is Sharon from Arkansas, coming into town to do this promo piece with DoorDash. Take a look at this.
I take pride in the work I do. The tips are part of that. Now I actually get to keep all of it. I've heard a lot of promises from politicians. This is the first one I actually felt helped my pocketbook.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Let's talk about that for a second, shall we? Let's just rap. Let's just rap. You know what I mean? As my sister would say, rap a taste Okay, let's talk about this for a second. All right. First off, sweetheart, I understand you got to make that money. You got to do what you're doing. But here's the thing. If there was such thing as affordable health care, again, if this big, beautiful bill was not signed and they completely eradicated and completely obliterated affordable health care for mother lovers, maybe, just maybe, that bill would be smaller. Can we talk about it, or can we talk about it? She's working her butt off right now. A grandma who should be enjoying the lap of the luxurious lap of luxury, which is retirement. And she has to go and drop off food to the likes of other stoners and people who can't get out into their own cars to drive down the street for 5 seconds. Don't worry, I'm even talking about myself, okay? To make money so that she could pay for her husband's cancer bills. Let that sink in all the way down to your plums, okay? Because I know we all got plums. Some are innies and some are outies. Just to let it soak all the way down to your plums. I'm so thankful for this no taxes on, this is propaganda crap. Thank you, President Trump, for the no taxes on tips. Now I can pay for my husband's cancer bills, which, by the way, is commendable. I think this is a beautiful thing. And there's a lot of people, she's not the only American that's doing this right now, that are using the gig economy so that they can pay for whatever they need to pay for, whether it's health insurance, whether it's bills to fight cancer, or it's daycare, or it's school, whatever it may be. There's a lot of people that are doing the same doggone thing. But what's wild about this situation is that her bill could be tremendously lower if there was actual affordable health care available for the likes of her husband. But because of this big, beautiful bill, that no taxes on tips, great, cool. Who doesn't like that, okay? It still takes out the fact that she has to fight and work her tail off to pay for cancer fighting bills, cancer treatment bills. Do you understand how insane that is? And now they're using this woman to try to make it look like Trump is some good guy for creating this bill that just took a lot of people's health care away. And they're doing the exact same thing as her. They just didn't brand it. They didn't make TikToks, I'm sure, or an Instagram or a Facebook page about what she's doing. But there's plenty of other people that are out here that are doing exactly what DoorDash grandma is doing right now. They just don't have a brand. Could be DoorDash son, DoorDash mama, DoorDash husband, DoorDash single mama that has to pay for all of her kids' health care. Or, hey, got a kid, has some physical ailments, I have to pay these extra bills so that my kid can get the proper and right kind of treatment. There's plenty of them out there, guys. Plenty. And it's all because of this big, beautiful bill that took out affordable health care. Let's continue.
I feel a good tip coming, and I'm very grateful for that. Nice to meet you. I have your DoorDash order for you.
Look at this. This doesn't look staged, does it?
That's what he just said. See? That doesn't look staged, does it? This doesn't look staged. But it is. It's fake. It's crap. She's a paid actress. Yes, she's paid. That was a paid actress. That was a paid opportunity for her to get her name out there, to get a chance to meet a president. And of course, get people to understand or know about DoorDash grandma. So now they can go to her, her GoFundMe site or her website, whatever it may be. And if they feel compelled, moved, emotionally pulled, to donate to her funds, because it is for a good cause, they can go to her website or check out DoorDash Grandma and find out her stuff, follow her, and contribute, pledge, patron her stuff. It's all fake. Whole doggone thing's fake.
I want to thank you for the no tax on tips.
See, I want to thank you for the no tax on tips. You're incredible. What? Paid. Getting paid to say this stuff. This isn't her being like, doing some guerrilla marketing, being like, hey, I have, I want to meet the president. I want to say thank you to him for the paid. No, she's getting paid to do this. It's also an opportunity to promote DoorDash Grandma, the brand that she's created, okay, and make more money so that she can pay cancer treatment bills for her husband. Do you realize how wild and disconnected this whole thing is? Does anybody see how crazy and wild and disconnected and how completely out of left field this is? How Truman Showy it's starting to feel? No one's seeing what I'm seeing?
Has helped my family out immensely, and I definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
See, that my thing, like I said, I'm going to keep repeating that till I'm blue in the face. What about affordable health care? Then she might not have to be doing the DoorDash Grandma stuff if there was affordable health care involved. But there's no affordable health care, so she's screwed. A lot of people are. Like that, it's just... Look at this. Here's another thing. Look at this. Boom.
Oh, that's very nice. Look at this. This doesn't look staged, does it?
They're all your favorites.
That's right. He's a good. DoorDash is doing a good job. So.
And did you post that picture of yourself depicted as Jesus Christ?
Well, it wasn't depicted. It was me. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So
only the fake news could come up with that one. Yet it is what it was. And I get it. Like I said, there's some people that are just out of their minds that think that wasn't a depiction of him as Jesus Christ. I don't understand why. Like I said, didn't I say this yesterday? There are going to be people out there trying to come up with some BS saying, oh, yeah, no. It wasn't anything like that. Y'all have it all wrong. Y'all have it all wrong. When in actuality, it was that. It was him depicted as Jesus, and he knows it. But he lying. He lying like a mug. Take a look at this, too. And again, it's crazy because here, look at this. Look at this. Look at this right here. This interaction, okay? So Trump says, do you think that men should play in women's sports? So the DoorDash grandma's like, I really don't have an opinion on that. Like, she's like, I'm just here to drop off this food, right? So he says, you don't? I bet you do. And then she's like, no, I'm here about, he says, pizza. She says, no, tax on tips. Didn't she just drop off McDonald's? And he's saying pizza. It's hilarious. You can't make this up. Hold on. And I bet he's just trying to be funny, but dear Lord. They want to
have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't? I'll bet you do.
No, I'm here about
pizza.
No tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay. They want to have men playing in women's sport. Do you think that men should play in women's sports?
I really don't have an opinion on that.
You don't? I'll bet you do.
No.
Look at the swing. Look at the swing of his hands. Look at the swing of his... I bet you do. What is going on with this planet? Why are we in the upside down right now?
I'm here about
pizza.
No tax on tips.
Yeah. Okay.
He's like, okay. Yeah, but, promo. Forgot. You're here for the promo. You're here for the promo. Okay. Pizza. It's almost giving Biden ice cream. It's almost giving that. You know, he's like, ice cream. It's like, whoa, he gone. Biden gone. He's so gone. Look. Again, this is just another angle. Like, they had all this set up, all these cameras set up. Then also remember, they had an impromptu press conference outside the Oval Office. They had it outside because they knew that DoorDash grandma, was going to be dropping off the food in front, like, to President Trump. And this was an opportunity for an optical illusion. That's basically what it is. This is all an optical illusion. It's all optics. But look, another angle. How many angles do they have of this mother-loving situation? Jesus.
Oh, that's very nice. Look at this. This doesn't look staged, does it?
They're all your favorites.
He said the quiet part out loud, because I'm sure DoorDash is like, damn it, why did he say that? He's not supposed to say that. You know what I mean? And it's like he's like part of, like, anybody, like the magician on the stage, right? You know, can I get a member of the audience? You, Trump, come on up here. We're gonna see this woman, my lovely assistant, get cut in half. You know, and Trump's like, oh, okay, you know. Oh, I see the part. You know, I see the little compartment down there. Wow, I didn't know she's so flexible. Right? And he's just giving it away. Are those fake feet? Just while the guy's like sawing his beautiful assistant apart, he's the one going, oh yeah, I see you sawing nothing. I don't see anything. This whole thing isn't staged now, is it? Now, so we're back together. You know what I mean? Like, come on. A nice pair of legs. The mannequin you have there, Melania. She gonna love those legs. Melania, have you seen the legs? Have you seen the legs? That's what's going on here. Like, wow.
These are good. DoorDash is doing a good job. So the reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up an extra $11,000 that we did because the tax bill was so big. Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah, he's like, let's get this conversation going. You're here because you're raising money for your husband. You've raised $11,000. Amazing. She would not have to. Maybe. I mean, you know, some people do have to raise money or do a little bit of an extra side hustle to pay for cancer treatment bills. That is true. But she may not have had to do as much. Her bills could have gone down significantly. But affordable health care ain't existing no more. Affordable health care ain't affordable no more. So again, you know for a fact she's making a bill, she's making money off of her appearance doing this video. Period. So it's all about financial gain for her. And of course, she's sitting there going like, okay, they only want me to talk about no taxes on tips. That's the only reason why I'm here. So I'm not going to talk about whether I agree with or don't agree with men playing in women's sports and stuff like that. I'm not here for that. I didn't get paid to say anything about that. What I'm here to talk about is no taxes on tips. Here's the other part. Oh, dear Lord. This is just insane. Take a look at this. Take a look at this.
It's fantastic. It's such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Look.
It's fantastic. It's such an honor to meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. This is clearly, I'm sorry. Oh, this is all She did this all for her husband. Just understand that. She did this whole thing for her husband so that her husband can survive. I'm going to say this, it's commendable. I really do. It's nothing but mad love to this woman. But she's doing this for a paycheck. And that paycheck is to pay off hospital bills for her husband. That's the only reason why she's there. It sounds like she's not a Trump supporter at all. But she needed that paycheck. Maybe. Oh, we got to play that again.
To meet you. And I think you voted for me, do you think?
Maybe.
Yeah. I heard you're a great supporter. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Interesting that he didn't even say like, "Oh, she's fake news. She's fake news." He didn't say that. She said, maybe. Wow, right? Pretty insane. Pretty insane. But like I said, for anyone who is sitting there thinking that this whole thing was not a staged situation, you are literally living on a different planet, because this whole thing was. She was there to make a bag while dropping off some bags. Take a listen.
Well, what this really means for me is, as they said last year, my husband, he was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer. During that time, I was able to take some time and take him to his appointments and, be there with him. But, as you know, going through treatment, even with insurance, you kind of break the bank. And we pretty much went through our savings, and so when I found out about the no tax on tips, I was like, this is incredible, because this, it's not going to replace my life savings, but it's going to help certainly with future doctor's appointments and future things that we have going on.
Now, let me just say this. And no disrespect to DoorDash grandma, but to me, it seems like she's not fully aware of what is going on with that particular bill and how her health insurance, I'm sure, was deeply affected by the signing of these particular bills that were put into action when Trump was elected into office. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't think she fully is aware of what's going on. Now, it doesn't mean that she should know. It would be nice if she did know, because I feel like she wouldn't have said yes to this situation unless it's a situation where it's like, hey, it's life or death. My husband has stage 3 cancer. I need to pay these bills. Regardless if I like Trump or not, or agree with what he's done to our affordable health care, I still need to pay the bills. And DoorDash is willing to, give me a platform, possibly pay me. I don't know if they paid her, but I'm assuming that they did. So that's extra money that I could use to pay for these hospital bills. And it's not like the affordable health care is coming back anytime soon. And it's not like my husband is getting any better. I got to do what I got to do. So she does what she needs to do. But it also seems to me that she doesn't fully know about the fact that affordable health care is no more. And this is one of the other main reasons why she's even doing a DoorDash job in the first doggone place. You see what I'm saying? So, again, pretty insane. And you know what? That's a good point, Jamie. That's a good point. Who reports tips, right? Who actually reports? Not a lot of people do. Nobody that I know. Not everybody just reports tips, in my personal opinion. But hold on. Let me, hold on. I missed a gift. I missed a gift. Somebody gifted, I think, 5 memberships. I forgot the name. It disappeared. I'm sorry. But if whoever did, just say say your name one more time so I can say thank you to you as well, because I know you gave 5 memberships. I saw it in the corner of my eye, but I was busy doing this piece. But again, guys, like I said, it just seems a little bit weird that she would sit there and say, oh, Tori, thank you so much for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so very much. And welcome to the family, all 5 of you guys. And like I said, pay it forward. Give her some purple heart emojis. Pay it forward out here in these streets, because we need as much positivity and as much good in this world as possible. So please do so, okay? That would be amazing, all right? And welcome to the family, all 5 of you. But still, you know, that's the thing. Like, that's the problem with, I think, a lot of people that are just living in middle America. And middle America can just be literally anywhere in the country. It doesn't only have to be people who live in Arkansas or live in, you know, Kansas or something like that, you know, on the plains of Kansas, you know. No, I feel like it's also a mentality thing, that not everybody knows everything that's truly going on with things that are affecting them financially, or that could potentially affect them financially, like affordable health care. A lot of people are not having health care, or they have to pick up another gig just so that they can pay for health care. This should not be, health care should not be a financial privilege. Should not be something about financial privilege. It should be something that everyone should be able to afford. I mean, I'm a big fan and I'm a big, component on and supporter of free health care for all. That's just me, though. That's just me, you know. But at the same time, I get it. That's not what exists in our world right now. Okay, fine. But you take it out completely? That's just diabolical, in my personal opinion. Yeah, there should be healthcare equality. Absolutely. I agree. I think that, at least, should be affordable for everyone. There should not be a situation where you got the likes of DoorDash grandma having to go and work even harder. She should be enjoying the possibility of being retired. But here's the thing. We are now in the trajectory of retirement not even being a real thing in the future. That when we get old, we may all have to still keep working. That we may have to lean on things like a gig economy, these types of jobs, just so that we can keep the lights on in our homes. That retirement seems like a forgotten ideal, a forgotten privilege that's slowly starting to dissipate. If you've noticed, she should be retired. Things should be taken care of. Things should just be on like autopilot at this point. But not everybody is growing up with a silver spoon in their mouth and, you know, their dad or husband or wife or you know, mama was able to, accumulate a crap ton of money right before they were able to perish or retire. So that, to the point where all they have to do is live off that money and just kind of be on cruise control. We are slowly but surely walking down the route of not ever seeing that ever again, because the cost of living is way too astronomical now, way too expensive. Then you add on top of that healthcare. You want to go and just get a checkup. Say you live a very healthy life. You vegan, and everybody knows because you tell them every 5 seconds, okay? You run every day, you work out, you take care of yourself. Maybe you only have to go and get your routine checkup every twice a year. And that's it. But other than that, that's not true for everybody. People get sick. People get sick a lot. So imagine that. Nicole B just gave us some very candid information. That is one very expensive checkup that no one really, and into stirrups. You're like, I have to pay $500 to put my feet up in stirrups so that you can do whatever you need to do down there. $500? Yeah. But that's crazy, right? And that's with insurance. Diggity damn. Fantastic. See? Everything's coming up roses. Everything's great. We have nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about whatsoever. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. These things aren't getting any better. Okay? Things aren't getting any better. Now, we have got to venture into this true crime realm. Okay? We have got to talk about this. Ashlee Jenae, young, beautiful, goes on a trip with her soon-to-be fiancé, only to be found gone in Tanzania. Was this foul play? Or was it something else? Welcome to True Crime with Pascal. Yes, guys. So here's the thing. There is a situation that's going on in Tanzania. A young, very beautiful woman by the name of Ashlee Jenae. She was an influencer, had a very prominent platform, on social media. She was a lifestyle. She was like a lifestyle influencer. Okay, so a lot of it's her looking perfect and sipping tea, right? In a beautiful, lavish whatever. It might be like a dope car or an amazing background, her traveling somewhere, showing off the exotic things that are so amazing about that particular area. Perfect pictures every time and looking professional and looking happy and great all the time. Well, something strange happened here, and it doesn't make much sense, or at least her family is sitting here saying something is up, something is amiss, and there may be foul play going on in this particular case. Now, Ashlee Jenae is a beautiful black woman, was very successful in her influencing and what she was posting online and all that. And she was about to marry this man who was, I guess he is, sorry, not was, but is a very well off in the cryptocurrency business. But there are rumors and speculation that the fact that he was making a whole lot of money, like he was making millions off of cryptocurrency, allegedly he was broke. But we don't know. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just speculation, and that's what people are saying out here in these streets. Now, could they be saying that just to add the drama, to make it seem like maybe something happened, something sinister happened because of his financial situation or not? We don't know. We don't know all of that. But one thing is for sure, people are really speculating that there was some sort of foul play going on with this situation, and it's very strange. Now, I talked about this in a short. I did a very brief short this morning to let you guys know about this case and about, that I was going to be covering it and talking about it at length on the show. And so we have got to talk about this. And there's something strange about this. It doesn't make sense. Okay, so she went to Tanzania. Okay, this is obviously Ashlee Jenae right here. She and her now fiance, but when they left, it was her boyfriend. They went to Tanzania for her 31st birthday, to celebrate her 31st birthday. And there was a lot of things that she was able to, capture, take photos and blah, blah, blah. In fact, these two photos are photos from that trip to Tanzania. While she was there, she's celebrating her 31st birthday. She is proposed to by her now husband, her now fiance. Here is some of that footage right here. And I'm going to mute that because I don't know about all that. But he proposed while walking with a lion. Okay. Looks like a lovely couple. Very beautiful. Yay. They're very happy. Very happy together in love. A beautiful embrace after he proposed. Don't know if that was actually if that was planned or if that was not planned, that she was surprised, or if this was just all for a Instagram video. You know what I mean? Like, this is a really good look. Propose to me right here next to a lion. I don't know. Or he could have literally caught her by surprise with this proposal. Nonetheless, they got engaged while they were on this trip to Tanzania. Now, what's interesting about this and very strange about this situation, I'm going to just let it play a little bit so you guys can see this. What's very strange about this situation is that she was found in a separate room with something wrapped around her neck. Now, I'm gonna explain a little bit more because there's a lot going on in this particular case. Okay, looks like a very happy, very good-looking couple. They found each other. He proposed. It looked like it was going to be nothing but bliss and happiness with this situation. But she was found in another room, in another villa, not the villa that they were sharing, in a whole other villa with something wrapped around her neck, according to her fiance. Now, what has come out as of recently is that they allegedly had a full-on blowout fight in their villa. So the people of Tanzania, this hotel, villa, resort area, literally separated them into different rooms, 2 separate villas, because they were concerned about her safety, allegedly. This is what is being said right now. They were concerned about her safety. They were concerned about her doing something unthinkable to herself. They were concerned about her safety. So they split them up. And then out of nowhere, the very next day, her future husband goes into the villa and finds her gone, or not gone, unresponsive. Then they take her to the hospital. And that's when she, several hours later, passes away due to whatever she allegedly did to herself in this villa. There is reports of a marking around her neck. They say that she used something to possibly try to suspend herself, and that's why she is no longer here. But a lot of people are speculating that some foul play is afoot. A lot of people are curious about what truly happened to her. Let's be real. The family themselves even said it doesn't make any sense. She was in such great spirits. She was such a light. She was such a beautiful energy. She was doing so many great things. There was so much that she had going for her. And now suddenly she does this? This doesn't make sense. She would not do this by her own hand. This does not make any sense, they say. She was bubbly and happy, and she was just doing this. She did this right around the time that she was celebrating her birthday, her 31st birthday. And then on top of that, the man that she loved just proposed to her. All that within a couple days, and now she gone? This doesn't make sense. So a lot of questions are starting to pop up, and a lot of people are thinking that something sinister happened here. So let's take a look at this. A lifestyle influencer from Miami, Florida, has lost her life at 31 in suspicious circumstances after getting engaged on vacation in Zanzibar. So Ashlee Jenae, which her real name is Ashley Robinson, was found unconscious in her villa, a separate villa, at the Zuri Zanzibar resort, and was rushed to a nearby hospital where she was confirmed gone hours later. So according to reports, Tanzanian authorities were told that she had lost her life by doing the unthinkable, if you get what I'm saying. However, to herself, just so you know. However, the influencer's family and close friends have fiercely rejected that claim, describing her as full of life. So Ashlee Jenae, had jetted to the holiday destination with her fiance, Joe McCann, to celebrate her birthday on April 5th. McCann, the founder of crypto fund Asymmetric Financial, had also proposed to her during a safari trip. or during a safari on the trip. So in her final post, she wrote, Chapter 31, and I'm exactly where I need to be. So a public relations executive by the name of Savannah Britt and close friend of Ashlee Jenae has publicly disputed claims that she passed away by the S word. Okay? Beautiful woman. Beautiful woman, had a lot of things going for her. We're going to talk about all this and then some in just a second. But as you can see, she obviously was. She took a very pretty picture. Long story short, all right. Everything in the right place all the time. In a viral post, she stated, "Anyone who knows Ash knows she would never do what she is alleged of doing. We need answers now. The exact location where the influencer was found remains subject to conflicting reports, with some sources claiming she was inside her hotel room and others stating that she was found outside." Now, here's the thing. We've heard that's one rumor that's been floating around, that she was found suspended from a tree. Some are saying that she was found inside her hotel room. The most reliable sources that I've heard say that she was found inside the hotel room, inside this villa, okay? No official autopsy or toxicology results have been released to the public. Tanzanian authorities are continuing to handle the active investigation into the circumstances surrounding her passing. Robinson had accrued over 80,000 followers on Instagram by documenting what she called a soft life philosophy of positivity, as reported by Need to Know. Now, I don't know what this soft life philosophy is. I don't know what it is. Like, I've heard of trad wife type stuff. I've heard of other things, but I've never heard of a soft life philosophy. Does anybody know what that is? Let me know if you know. Put it in the chat. Put it in the mother-loving chat. Just let me know. But something weird is up. I'm just going to say it. Something very, very strange is weird. Something weird and strange is going on with this particular case. I'm just going to say that. Okay. So tributes have flooded her for the social media star, commenting underneath her final Instagram post uploaded on April 5th. One said, "My heart is broken hearing what happened." And there they are together, Joe and Ashlee. Okay. Seemingly to be a very happy couple. And I know people are really side-eyeing the soon-to-be husband. A lot of people are side-eyeing the hell out of Joe McCann because of certain things that he did after she lost her life. Okay? Now, hold on. Let me get this here. It means, Medusa just said, it means she married a millionaire for a softer life. I mean, I'm assuming softer life, like live in the lap of luxury, living a life of excess, maybe. I don't know. But this is something very interesting nonetheless. All right. And what's frustrating right now is that there are content creators actually covering this case, but there aren't a lot. And I always talk about this too. I mean, this is what happens, if it's there's not a whole lot of coverage when it comes to black female cases. It's just the truth. Even black male cases as well. Okay. Unless they're babies, it's very rare when you actually get real coverage or real focus on cases like that, on cases like this. Now, again, you got the likes of Shanquella Robinson, which is a case that still has never been solved. But again, that was big. It was a big case. You got the Carly Russells, which was just comedic gold. Okay. But those are few and far between the amount of other cases that are covered on the daily on people who are sans melanin, for lack of a better term. Okay. So again, this case deserves to have as much light on it as possible. But again, this could very well be exactly what they're saying it is. She could have done this herself, or something sinister happened and we just don't know what it is yet. Okay. But this story, this case definitely needs some light under the sun. And people need to start giving a damn about this because, again, this is all very, very bad. And maybe it's a case that actually gets solved, not just sits there and just dissipates like Nancy Guthrie's case or even Shanquella Robinson's case that has never fully seen justice. That family with Shanquella Robinson's case, that family never saw any justice at all. Those people are still out in those streets living their life like it's golden. It is absolutely insane. But let's move on back to Ashlee Jenae. So I was just congratulating you a few days ago. This doesn't feel real. Another person said, may you rest in peace, Ashlee. May God bring justice and peace to you and your family. Such a bright and beautiful light inside and out. A third person said, rest in peace, my friend. I told you that I wanted to meet you, but I will miss you dearly. R.I.P., my friend. Your life was taken too short. Okay, so Robinson often shared loved up photos of herself and her fiance, McCann, to her social media. She documented their lavish life together, which appeared to include frequent vacations. So I guess that's the soft life, like her living good. I'm gonna have to Google it really quick when I get a second. But clearly, they seem to be really happy. And these are photos before her demise, days, if not a day or the day of her demise, guys. Like days or day before her demise, because she was found the next day. But you see what I'm saying? Very weird. Apparently, she and her soon-to-be husband had a big fat-ass fight, and they had to be separated and put into different villas because they were concerned about her safety. And let me just say this again. Why would you put her by herself if you were concerned about her safety, about her getting hurt by an outside source? Why would you put her in a room by herself if you were concerned about her safety, not her possibly doing something terrible to oneself? You see what I'm saying? So something strange about that for sure. And yes, I know everybody's going like, he did that. Oh, no, he did that. I don't know. This guy could be innocent, but he also could be guilty. All right. So before their holiday, before they went out of town to Tanzania, the couple enjoyed front row seats to a Portland Trailblazers game, as well as a ski trip to Bend, Oregon. Robinson celebrated her 1-year anniversary with McCann on November 3rd. So they had only been together for a little over a year, and then he got down on one knee. I'm down on bended knee. You know what I'm saying? It said, will you be my wife? And she said, hell to the F yeah. She captioned a post with them together saying, 365 down, here's to forever. One day before her demise, Robinson uploaded photos and video footage of their Zanzibar vacation. If this is a dream, no one wake me up, she captioned one carousel, which showed her and McCann posing with zebras. Posing for among zebras, because this is Daily Mail. So again, and then of course there's other footage of her, hanging out with giraffes, feeding them, photo ops and all that. I mean, she was living it. She was living good. That's how I see it. She was living mother loving good. Straight up. Let's see. This is her apparently talking. Let's see. Let's see what she got to say. This is her talking. I don't know what the connection is. I'm sure we all want to hear what she sounds like and all that.
All right, hear me out. And maybe this is just me, but I just thought about it because I was driving on my way home. I really be ready to cut a nigga off over the smallest shit. Like the littlest thing, I just be turned off. Like, ugh. It was mad people in the regular lane, and the express lane was clear as fuck. I'm zooming through that bitch, passing, feet. As a grown man in 2023 living in the state of Florida, specifically Dade County, Broward County, fuck is you doing without a sun pass? Like, honestly, you want to just vibe in traffic. Vibe. Could take you 15 minutes to get somewhere. You want to chill out for the next 45 minutes sitting in a regular lane for what? It ain't gonna work with me, baby. It ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work. I ain't gonna lie. I'm talking about, yo, babe, get over into the express lanes faster, da-da-da. Nah, like, I ain't finna do all that. Bitch, if you don't drive over them fucking cones and get on.
Okay, so okay. You know, flowery words, but, you know, at the same time, I mean, that's her. That was her talking. Now, I know there's been a lot of people talking about, you know, the fact that, let's just address the elephant in the room. And no, not because they're in Tanzania. But we definitely need to address the elephant in the room. If you didn't notice, okay, and I know this is the first thing that a lot of people noticed is that he white. Yeah, he white. Okay. And here's the thing. Let's just be real. I'm a big, believer in love who you want to love, live your life, be happy. If that person happens to be, black, white, it doesn't matter, polka dotted, I don't care. It's not my business. But there has been a lot of people putting a lot of judgment, and some people are diabolical. Okay? Some people are absolutely diabolical in the chat, in the comments section, saying all kinds of mean stuff. Like, see, that's what happens when you with a white man, stuff like that. And you know how many cases we've covered where it's been, a black man taking the life of their black wife or a black woman killing their black husband. I mean, we've seen white people killing killing their own. You know what I mean? Like, we've seen it happen countless times. We've seen it countless times. Evil is evil. The only reason why I side-eye this man is because of the timeline and the information that has been given about this case. Not because of the color of his skin. I don't care about that. That doesn't matter to me. Okay? Doesn't change the way I butter my bread. What matters to me is the possibility of a guy like this possibly taking out their own loved one. These two people could be black. These two people could be white. These two people could be Asian. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, what are the facts and what happened here? Evil wears many masks. Evil comes in many, many colors, shapes, and forms. What I find very sad is how people are making a joke out of this situation rather than saying, hey, let's get if there needs to be justice for Ashlee, let's get that justice as soon as possible. People are like, oh yeah, that's why you don't do that. That's why you don't date outside your race. That's why you don't. That's really sad. Like I said, it doesn't matter to me who you dating. This could be a same-sex marriage. I don't care. If something sinister happened, then we need to find out who it is or what happened and bring justice if justice needs to be brought. Now, here's another piece. Before we get into this article here, we don't know what was truly going on in her head. It's very easy for us to automatically assume she's up to no good or not up to no good. I'm sorry, that her mind, may not be right, or maybe that she was, maybe that she's bipolar but never been diagnosed, or, having some sort of mental health issue on that trip. We don't know. But we do know a little bit of the timeline and why they were separated in the first place. And that seems a bit odd to me. Now, we don't know the origin and the start or the reason why they got into this blowout fight in the first place. We don't know. He could have said, oh, here's the truth about something that you don't know. Or, yeah, I am brokety broke. I have no money. I lost everything. This is the last trip we're going to take for a while, blah, blah, blah. That could have been it too. There could have been alcohol involved, copious amounts of it. Or there could have been other substances involved that got them angry at each other and had a fight. Anything is possible. But one thing is for sure. You have two people where the fight was so bad that they had to be separated into two different villas. And what they're saying is they separated her from him because they were concerned for her safety. I repeat, they were concerned for her safety. That's a very, very big deal, if you ask me. But let's take a look at this. Like I said, something weird going on here, y'all. So they apparently had a huge blowout before she actually passed away. And it could literally have been they had a huge blowout. Things were said that they didn't mean to say to each other that could have taken her all the way to a very, very dark place and bad things happened. Or he could have put his paws on her because of a fight. Just think about that. Pushed to the edge, and then he lost his cool. That's possible too. So apparently she was involved in a dispute with her fiancé, Joe McCann, before her tragic death in Tanzania earlier this month. Something local police say is now part of an active investigation. And here's the other thing too. Where is Joe McCann now? Did he kick rocks? Is he somewhere else right now? Is he back in America and still doing his thing? Because from what I understand and from what I've been hearing, apparently he's been saying, he's been posting things business-wise, still promoting his business right now, rather than him being like, I can't believe my girl's gone, or something like that. He's not even doing that. He's just posting things about his business. It's not the time. For damn sure ain't the time. She been gone, allegedly, 9 days? And he's still going like, hey, click on the link and follow. You know what I mean? What the is going on? So according to North Unguja, Regional Police Commander Benedict, we'll just start with that, okay? The couple had a falling out at the luxury resort Zuri Zanzibar. The hotel staff stepping in and separating them into two different rooms. So the situation escalated enough for staff to alert authorities with concerns raised about Ashlee's well-being. Concerned about her well-being. Escalated enough for staff to alert authorities with concerns raised about her well-being, prompting a report to the local police station. Her family said Ashlee, whose real name is Ashlee Robinson, was found unconscious in her villa and was rushed to a hospital. Police say she passed away the following day on Friday the 10th. A local news report indicates police believe she passed away by, doing the thing to herself. Now look at this photo, right? HBD, Ashlee, happy birthday. Ashlee down below. She's in Tanzania. She's in this resort. There are wild animals everywhere, like zebras and a giraffe. She's literally living the circle of life. You know what I mean? Hamanana, himanana. She's doing all that, okay, for her birthday, enjoying her time. And then she passes away. Ashlee's father, Harry, tells TMZ that she was that was the early narrative from police, but stresses the family is now involved and the investigation is ongoing. He adds they've been in contact with the embassy and funeral director, and as of now, there is still no official ruling on her COD, her cause of demise. Yes, she was straight up. She was her own female Simba right now. What was the love interest? Nala. She was Nala out there. Okay. Yeah, she was Nala out there enjoying herself. Okay. You know what I mean? Just straight up enjoying her life. Enjoying her life and celebrating her 31st and getting engaged. And then suddenly now she gone. Make that make sense, guys. Make that make sense. Let's take a look at a family interview that was done, because family is speaking out and basically saying they don't believe that she passed away the way that she did, that the way that they say that she did. So let's take a look at this.
On the investigation into the death of Ashlee Robinson, her family is demanding answers after the influencer from South Jersey was found dead during a trip to Africa where she had just been engaged. Action News reporter Cheyenne Corinne joining us live in the Satellite Center with more on this heartbreaking story. Cheyenne.
Alicia, well, Ashlee Robinson, she actually was raised locally in South Jersey, and now her death in Zanzibar is making headlines across the world. Well, today we spoke to her family in Delaware, who say they aren't getting answers from her fiance or officials in Tanzania about what happened to her.
Uncertainty, mystery, anger, sadness. It's like a part of me has been taken away.
On April 5th, influencer Ashlee Robinson, who goes by Ashlee Jenae on social media, was celebrating her 31st birthday in Zanzibar, Tanzania. She was on the vacation with her boyfriend of 1 year, who popped the question just 2 days before.
We believe that they were in love. We believe that their relationship was genuine.
Ashlee's mother says she never would have expected that less than a week later, her daughter would be dead. On April 8th, she says Ashlee called, saying she and her fiance got into an argument and were moved to separate rooms. The next day, she received another call, this time from her fiance.
He told me that Ashlee did something to herself and that she was being taken to the hospital. I said, what happened when? And he told me it had been 11 hours prior.
Hours later.
11 hours. Hold up. Yo, some weird about this, okay? He calls them 11 hours after the fact and says, yeah, something bad happened. She in the hospital, so on and so forth. Say what? Okay. What is this? Crime crony. Thank you so much for the love. I appreciate the super chat. What if he planned the whole time, and just proposed as a cover up? Diggity damn. Let me just say that if it was pre-planned like that, that would be insane. That would be absolutely diabolical. Okay, let's keep it a bean. That would be absolutely freaking-bolical. But people have done wilder things. I don't know about all that. I truly think that he proposed, and two different things could have happened. He proposed. She said yes. Maybe some truths were revealed, and then everything went haywire. And it's either she did this or he did this. Though that's literally what I'm thinking. That he literally, again, there's rumor that he's not as well off as he says he is, and maybe he was like, I've been swiping everything on a credit card, and we are living beyond our means. We are constantly traveling. We're doing all this, that, and the third. And I need to catch up on that bread. I need to catch up on these bills. We need to slow down. It could have been that. We don't know the dynamics of their relationship. That's the problem. And we don't know the dynamics of her as well. That's the other problem. We don't know how she is behind closed doors. All we have are beautiful photos and videos, that are beautifully shot. They look amazing. Everything looks put together. Everything looks together, only to find out that maybe things were bad when the cameras were turned off. We don't know what was going on and the dynamics of the relationship were like behind the scenes, And some people, I'm not saying anything about this couple, but some people stay with somebody because it looks good on Instagram. It looks good for their branding. Not like, I'm miserable with this person. I hate them. I can't stand their ass. But they still stick with that person because it looks good on camera. They look too perfect. It looks good for Instagram. I see a lot of that. I've seen a lot of that. It's sad, but that could be it too. You never know. So again, this is nuts. Okay. Yeah. Nina just asked, toxicology report, was she actually like rugged? Was she given something that she didn't know she took, that she was taking? We don't know. That's the problem. Still waiting on autopsy, still waiting on toxicology, still waiting for all of that. But it is pretty insane that there was a fight and then they had to be split up and they were concerned about her safety because of this particular fight. That's it. And maybe that's just them saying that no matter what, because they're having an argument. It's a man and a woman. So they instantly, no disrespect, I'm just saying, maybe they were instantly siding with the woman, concerned, and basically saying like, listen, we need to separate you guys because we need to protect the woman. He's a clearly much bigger man than her. If it was a big blowout, maybe something bad happened. I don't know. And he's he's a big guy in comparison to her. So they were like, yo, we need to side with her and make sure she stays safe. So we're going to separate you guys. Those things do happen. So what happened when she was in that room by herself? Like, what were the text message exchange when she was by herself in that other villa, in that separate room away from him? What happened there? The other part is, where's the security camera footage? Where's the proof of that? What happened here, right? Wanda, thank you so much for the love. What is happening that these people wait until they're in another country on vacation to unalive their partner? Weird. It is weird. That is weird. You look at the likes of something that happened with Shanquella, for example, may she rest in peace. That was a wild case. That was a wild turn of events. And a lot of people were trying to understand what the F happened there because it was so strange, right? In another country, no less. You look at the situation with Lynette Hooker in the Bahamas. She's on an 8-foot dinghy with her husband, and then suddenly a bad storm passes over their dinghy and she goes overboard. And he's like, she had the key to the boat, so I had to row myself to shore, and it took several hours to do that, which looks weird and shady as hell as well, right? That was in another country too. And how they're handling things with that case in another country, they're doing it weird too. Tanzania, okay, same problem there too. What do they look at the potential of DV cases and stuff that are happening in that villa? Are they really doing their due diligence? Are they really doing a thorough investigation, or are they just going with what they've, okay, it was a DV thing and she just did this thing to herself, end of story? I'm curious because some departments in other countries don't have the resources like American departments or American police and resources that we have here. They don't have those same things. So I'm curious. Okay. I'm quite curious about this. Peg, thank you so much for your members comment and being a member for the past year. I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay. Why can't people just break up or divorce? What the hell? I agree. 110%. What's up with like this is the moment where I'm like, okay, this would be the perfect time. Like, yes, I wish people would just like work things out, right? And just stop resorting to divorce and whatnot. But it's like in cases like this, it's like y'all just need to break up. Y'all need to go and just find your own personal happiness, and it's not with y'all, not with each other. Yeah, I know y'all look good on camera. Yeah, I know he's financially making a whole lot of money. You guys are being able to jet set and all of that, and you're doing this on his dime, I'm sure. But on some real stuff, where's the joy? Are you happy? Are you happy? Right? So it's very strange, but let's move on.
The luxury hotel the couple was staying at called saying Ashlee passed away. According to the hospital's medical report, Ashlee had an unidentified mark around her neck. They wrote, quote, according to the husband, he found she hanged herself on the door with several question marks.
That is weird. Okay? According to the husband, he found, on the door. On the door. Now, I know some people would be like, well, why wouldn't she just use the closet? Well, if you are, no matter what, if you're more than 110, 120 pounds, you really think that a bar across a closet is going to hold body weight? Probably not. So she did kind of like an Epstein? Real talk, is that what we're looking at here? Because he said, yeah, he found her on the door. And then that's the question, like what door, like the door handle? Or like, did she throw the scarf or whatever the heck she was using over the door and then closed the door and then suspended herself? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, but that's weird, right?
Sometime Jill went back to the room with security, and that's how they found her.
Ashlee was also taken to a second hospital who listed her cause of death as cerebral hypoxia by strangulation and suffocation.
She's never done anything that would ever lead me to believe that she would do something to harm herself.
She was not just going to be discarded and forgotten about.
And the family, as you just heard, they are just desperate for information. They tell us that they are requesting surveillance footage from the resort. They also say that they have contacted police, the consulate, and embassy and have not heard back. No Action News, we also tried to contact Ashlee's fiance, and we also did not get a response. The family says their next steps are going to Zanzibar themselves to try to get answers.
That is insane, by the way, that they are going to go out of their way to try to see what the F is going on, that they are going to possibly fly out to Tanzania just so that they can get a better idea of what is going on and get the answers that they're looking for. And that seems strange. But that's what's so crappy. This is by the way, this screams Shanquella Robinson. This screams Shanquella Robinson. I'm sorry, it does. The only difference is that she went out of town with her fiance, not with a whole bunch of people that had sinister ideas to put that woman in her own grave. This is one guy that did this. Where's the security cam footage? Real talk, where's the security cam footage? Where is it? Because that's something I'd like to know. Where the F is the security cam footage? And why haven't they gotten their hands on that footage? I find that a little bit weird. I think we all should be looking at it and saying that's weird. Here, some more footage of them together. You want to get tacos? I don't know. In a plane? I don't know. Well, we're getting tacos here. Hey, Cabo, or wherever the hell they're at, right? We should go get tacos. And they're like, hey, trendsetting, flying to overseas just so we can, I got a hankering for some tacos. And then they just fly to Mexico. Soft life? Hold on. I'm looking this up real quick. Soft life. A soft life is a lifestyle prioritizing ease, comfort, and personal peace over hustle culture, stress, and constant striving. Interesting. So, originating within Nigerian influencer communities as a particularly for Black women. And I'm just getting this from AI Overview. So, particularly for Black women, it rejects the glorification of struggle and burnout, focusing on intentional living, mental health, setting boundaries, and joy. Interesting. Setting boundaries, protecting time, energy, and mental health from unnecessary stress, choosing to live life without the pressure of constant productivity, making decisions that protect one's peace, calm, and happiness. I mean, that sounds amazing. Sounds amazing. But see, that I feel is something that comes with financial privilege. I'm just going to be real. You know, for a fact, you and I both know, okay? You and I all know that when it comes to peace, bliss, and all that, a lot of that is not going to be coming to us unless or without a level of some sort of financial security. You see what I'm saying? I mean, shoot. Now you got, oh boy. Is that really her? Hold on. Oh no, I think it might be AI. That just might be AI. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, it looked like, yeah, they were making money. Let's take a look at this. Whoops. Take a look at this too. Or he was making money. I mean, she clearly was making money of her own, I'm sure, but let's take a look at this from CBS.
I just spoke to the family of Ashlee Robinson. She's the 31-year-old influencer who was on vacation with her fiance celebrating her birthday. He actually proposed on the trip. But something crazy happened. She was having a good time. Her family said she was very excited to be there, shared pictures with the family, FaceTimed them when she was proposed to. But they released a statement saying that Ashlee was found unconscious in her villa and was rushed to a local hospital where her death was confirmed hours later. I spoke to Robinson's parents. Here's some of what they had to say.
It doesn't make any sense. She was traveling with her, with her boyfriend, and he was taking what was supposed to be a celebratory trip to celebrate her birthday that was coming, and they were in a gorgeous place in Africa and happy. Everything that we knew was that she was supposed to be happy, and she was engaged. She celebrated her birthday thereafter, and then she's just gone. We're confused about how that could change so drastically.
What can you tell us in terms of how you found out, and have you spoken to her fiance?
I was initially contacted by him to let me know that something had occurred, and that she was in the hospital, but it was very limited communication and not with a lot of detail. I asked him, when it happened and where it happened, and he told me that something had occurred 11 hours prior to when he was reaching out to me.
We found out that our daughter had passed from the hotel. The fiance did not reach out to us at all.
Do you believe that Joe McCann had something to do with your daughter's death?
Hold on. First and foremost, they didn't even find out that she had lost her life from him. They had to find out from, if I'm correct, they found out from the actual hotel itself, which is weird. That's strange, right? He didn't even have the audacity to break the terrible news to the parents. That's insane. I'm rolling that back a little bit.
11 hours prior to when he was reaching out to me.
We found out that our daughter had passed from the hotel. The fiance did not reach out to us at all.
Do you believe
That's
that
crazy.
Joe McCann had something to do with your daughter's death?
We don't
want
have, it's under investigation and we don't know what went on.
It's under investigation, and like we said, we just want transparency. Just let us know.
I want to make sure that everybody is fully aware that she was a light. She was a light. She was a beautiful person, and this doesn't align with who she is.
Understandably, the family really didn't want to talk about Joe McCann, the man who proposed to their daughter. When you go online, you can see he's the CEO of Asymmetric, which is a venture capital company that invests in crypto companies. But the point is, the family wants answers. They don't understand why they haven't been able to reach Joe. They don't understand why he wasn't more forthcoming about what exactly happened to their daughter. And it's why they said they're speaking out. Next steps for them, they said, is trying to get to Zanzibar so they can get to the bottom of what happened.
Yeah. None of that seems a little bit sus to you. All that is sus to me. You know? Remember Emmanuel Haro? Remember Rebecca? And she's like, oh, I heard a man say, hola. I turned around, he punched me, he knocked me out. He said, hola. Remember that crap? Then afterwards, they were not willing. Her and Jake, were not willing to cooperate with police at all. Communication completely shut down. Remember that crap? It's kind of the same thing that we're seeing here. Except it's not with police. It's with her parents. And instead of him actually reaching out to them and saying, hey, this is what's going on, and I'm keeping an eye on all this, and I can't believe this happened to my girl, my wife, my soon-to-be future wife, and all that. Instead of him actually doing anything like that, he's silent. He's not saying anything to anyone. Just strange, guys. It's so strange. Hold on. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to see what this guy sounds like and what he looks like and all that. Let's take a look at this. This is a little video of Joe McCann talking. Let's take a peek.
The way that I describe meme coins in general is they're kind of like a derivatives contract associated with internet culture. What's interesting about the Bonk story, whereas Dogecoin was a joke, Shiba Inu was supposed to be this Dogecoin killer, Bonk actually saved Solana DeFi. On Christmas Day, Bonk has this Telegram trading bot called BonkBot. It did more transactions per second than the entire Ethereum L1. The key with crypto is that when a lot of folks, especially from TradFi, get into it, they can't stomach the volatility. And we love vol.
Full-blown depression or dog coins to $1 trillion. You got to unpack this for us.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's him. That's him. I mean, obviously, this is something that he did a while ago. This is not something that he just posted. But I mean, clearly, this guy is, which I find very strange, avoiding to have conversations with the family, and instead, and let me just say this too. I can't even fathom the idea of having to call the woman that you love's family to let them know that she is no longer there, she is no longer alive. Let me just say that really quick. I can only imagine that being very difficult to say that, okay? To say that to anyone. Scary, just a scary thought, okay? And imagine being in that situation to tell somebody what happened about their daughter. Scary, but it still has to get done. So it just doesn't make any earthly sense why he would not be so, why would his communication be shut off from the family when all the family wants is the truth and the facts? Hold on. I'm grabbing Grabbing a few more things. Yeah, people are just, it is very, very strange. I'm sorry. It is very, very strange what has happened here. And a lot of people are looking at this situation and being like, yo, this is not right. And I believe, okay, what I truly, truly believe, I believe he did this ish. Okay, I'm going to say it. I think he did it. The information is way too, there's too many questionable things that are going on because he's not operating like an innocent guy. Let me just say that, okay? He's not operating like an innocent dude. He's operating like a guy who has something to hide and is scared to admit the truth of something. Here's the other thing too. What if there's a possibility? What if there's a possibility that he, and I'm not condoning this kind of behavior, but what if he put his hands on her? And that's all that happened. He put his hands on her. That's the reason why they split up. That's why they were put in two different villas. And she ended up still doing what she ended up doing. But he's scared with the idea that people would find out that he put his hands on her because of his brand and because of what he does and all that stuff. It would be a bad look for him. What if that? But it'll also be the reason, could be a reason why she inevitably did what she did, if she did what she really did. You see what I'm saying? He wouldn't want everybody knowing that he put his paws on her like that. It's not great. It's bad, especially with her platform, especially with everybody. You know what I mean? It'd be bad. It'd be a bad, bad situation. So again, the question is, you know, what really happened here? You know, why did this happen the way it did? And you know, I'm concerned. You know, I'm very concerned about this. But we got another one. TMZ just did an interview just a little bit ago with the family, and I guess the family's lawyer. Diggity damn. We got to look at this. And then there's some new information. Oh my. We haven't talked about this yet. Okay. We have not talked about this. We got another breaking story that's going on right now, or just happened about an hour ago. So we are going to look at that here too. Like I said, a lot of stuff going on, and we're bouncing back and forth from political to pop culture to true crime and all that. And I'm asking you guys, what say you? Do you think that I might do a poll, but do you think that this guy did this or not? Or do you think he's innocent? Is him guilty or him innocence? That's the question I have for you guys. I'm probably going to do a poll, but just give me a second. We got to look at this, okay? Because apparently TMZ had an interview with the family. So let's see what more information we can get out of this situation, right?
And getting engaged to her boyfriend, Joseph McCann. But there's a local report claiming initial investigations determined Ashlee took her own life during the trip after falling out with her fiance just days after he proposed. Joining me now are Ashlee's parents, Harry and Yolanda, and their spouses. Thank you so much for joining me, you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So local authorities in Zanzibar initially said that Ashlee took her own life, but you guys released a statement saying that her death was suspicious. What do you think happened?
We're not too sure what happened. That's what we're trying to find out. I got 2 emails today from the embassy in Zanzibar. They said the investigation is still ongoing. That they have not determined the cause of death yet at all. An investigation is still ongoing and still pending right now. So there has nothing official has been released. That's what we're trying to find out. We just want answers.
What was the initial call like when you first learned that your daughter passed away?
The call was shocking, and it was devastating and scary, honestly, because we don't know what's going on and what happened.
What did they relay to you at that time?
Well, the communication came to us from the Hotel Zuri Zanzibar, where they were staying. It didn't come from the hospital or from the police.
Have you guys since spoken to authorities or the embassy?
No, we've had little contact with the embassy, but no, not with the police.
So were you told anything about the manner as to how she passed away or what exactly led up to her passing?
Officially, no, we have not talked to anyone from the police or anybody in the medical field at all. Nothing.
What was it that the hotel initially told you guys?
That Joe McCann, who she was traveling with, had that he had found her and that they had taken her to the hospital.
And then a follow-up call from the hotel several hours later.
And I
relaying.
We just think it's very odd that our daughter is traveling with Joe, and we don't.
Sorry, really quick. I just realized mom, the mother, biological mother, is married to the white man here. This is not a lawyer. I, for some reason, thought it was a lawyer. But no. If I'm correct, she's married to this man because he's got his hand on her lap. And then the father, the biological father of Ashlee, is married to this black woman over here. Just so you know, okay? I literally thought, I was like, wait a second, why are there two and why are they all cozy with and not together, but they're separated and he's cozy with this woman, she cozy with this man. What the hell's going on here? So that's what's going on. Just so you know, okay? He's not a lawyer. She most definitely, the black woman on the right or the left of the screen, most definitely not a lawyer as well. Just so you know, they a blended family. Literally and metaphorically speaking, by the way. Okay? Just so you know, that was kind of a race joke, but you get what I'm saying, okay? So let's continue.
Don't hear anything from Joe. To me, that's very odd. And initial call that she got from Joe was 11 hours after something had transpired in the room. And that's very odd. 11 hours later,
11 hours.
Something had transpired, and Joe just relayed to Yolanda that Ashlee was okay and she was stable and she was okay and don't worry about it.
But that she was at the hospital.
Yes. 11 hours later.
So have you spoken to him since, and what has he been saying?
There has been no communication here.
Wow, shocking. So, you know, as you've seen, the local report had claimed that she took her own life. Did you guys ever think that Ashlee had any mental health issues?
I would think that's farther from the truth. If you go to her page, you know, everything, she was a beacon of light. You know, she liked being in the limelight. It's like being in the camera. She was an influencer. You know, she loved
her family.
She loved her family.
She loved her family.
Most important.
What was her mindset like before going on this insane African birthday trip?
Excited and happy, and she was elated that she was traveling for her birthday to celebrate and be with who she thought was the love of her life.
And you guys said there's really been not much communication between you and her fiance, Joseph. What, if you could say anything to him right now, what would you say?
I just want to peace.
And we want to know what happens.
What is your understanding as to where his whereabouts are now, and why do you think he would be avoiding your calls?
We don't know. We're unsure right now. That's why we're just trying to seek the answers.
Do you know if he's spoken to authorities at all?
We're not aware.
We're not aware.
We're not aware of that at all.
I mean, because what I knew is we haven't spoken to them, so I'm not sure who they are talking to. It's one answer. You know, it's
our attempts to get information.
Crazy.
I'm so sorry you guys are going through this right now. That must be extremely confusing, especially if you are saying that she was so excited for this birthday trip, didn't really have any history of mental health issues. That's got to be extremely confusing and frustrating for you guys. I'm very sorry you're going through that. No parent should ever have to bury their own child. Have her remains been released to you yet? And what are the plans for the funeral?
We don't have any of that. We don't have any of that information yet.
So from your understanding, her body is still in Zanzibar, Africa. What is the last update you got on your daughter's death?
We haven't had a first update yet. That's the
the only thing was a brief email from the embassy stating that the investigation was ongoing. That's it.
And one thing that we did reach out. We will make the new about the footage at the hotel. Was there any footage? Did you look at the footage? Did you see the footage? These are things that's very important to us. These are things that can clear everything up. It gives us a timeline. It lets us know what happened. We have not seen or heard or even anything about any kind of footage, surveillance. Nothing. These are things that we need to know.
How are you guys feeling right now?
Devastated, lost, devastated, lost. A lot of unanswered questions.
Did you guys meet him before this trip, or did he ask you for her hand in marriage before proposing?
Yes. We have money. Yes.
Thank you so much, you guys. Is there anything else you want to add? I know a lot of people are wanting to hear from you and probably have just as many questions as you guys do at this time.
I was just going to add that we just want the answers to the questions that we're asking and that everyone's asking. We need help getting information, and that's really what we're asking for.
Yes, and that's the reason why we went to social media on Sunday. We had to get it out there because this happened on Thursday, and nothing was out there. Like, nothing was talked about. Nothing was there. So that's why, okay, this is what happened. This was our daughter. Everyone needs to know what happened. And that's why that was Sunday.
Well, I truly hope you guys get the answers to the questions that you deserve. You deserve to have everything answered. I'm so sorry you're going through this.
Now, let me just say this. I do find it very, very strange that, Joe has been very quiet. Now, he may have been talking to his lawyers. Let's be real. If he is really that wealthy and well off, I'm sure for a fact he is, I am sure he has been told by his lawyers to keep his mouth shut and not say anything to anybody. But you'd think that he would at least have a conversation and keep the lines of communication open with her family. Of all people, he was about to make her his wife. And if they were going to have children, this was going to be the mother of his future children. This is a very serious thing. So the least thing he could have done is keep the line of communication very open and very candid and very real with her family. And he did not. And the fact that you got the family going to TMZ and the likes of all these other places just so that they can get the word out about this also tells you something. Real talk. This is a very, because for a fact, if the parents didn't think he didn't do anything, if they didn't think that there was anything sinister going on, they would not even bring this up. They would not be on TMZ. They would not be doing any of that stuff. They would just be, ready to receive their daughter's body and ready to say goodbye to their daughter. But that's not what's going on here. They're going out of their way to hit social media and do all that they can to try to figure out what the heck's going on, because he's not telling anybody anything. He's not. But they're saying, according to BBC, he is now starting to talk to police as a witness. So at least something good is happening right now. So the partner of U.S. influencer Ashlee Jenae, or Ashlee Robinson, who died last week while on holiday with him in the Tanzanian islands of Zanzibar, has had his passport withheld. Interesting. This is all breaking news. This is all breaking over the last 2 hours, guys. So his passport has been withheld, y'all. Okay, so 45-year-old Joe McCann is understood to be speaking to police as a witness. No arrests have been made, and police had previously told local media that McCann was not suspected of any wrongdoing, which is also a very big deal. But of course, the family does not believe it. The family feels like something sinister happened here. Now, again, maybe more information will come out if she wrote something in her phone, maybe the text message exchanges that they were having with each other between him and Ashlee Jenae. Maybe there'll be more information like that. You know what I mean? Maybe more things will be revealed. But right now, nada, zippity doo dah, nata dam ting, okay? Which is very, very interesting. All right, so they said earlier, Zanzibar police had earlier told the BBC that Robinson 31, known online as Ashlee Jenae, had attempted to, what we already know, what she's alleged of trying to do to herself, okay? McCann has not made any public statement on the matter. In a U.S. interview, Robinson's parents said that her demise in Tanzania doesn't make any sense, and we're seeking answers. Investigations into the case are ongoing, including awaiting the official medical examination report from doctors. This is what police said. Robinson had been found unconscious in her villa and taken to the hospital, where her demise was confirmed hours later. This is what the family stated in a statement on Sunday. In an interview with BBC's U.S. media partner CBS News, Robinson's family described their daughter as a light and a beautiful person, and who was supposed to be happy because she just got engaged and she was celebrating her 31st birthday. Remember, chapter 31, right? She was saying all that. So she had just celebrated her birthday and had got engaged during the trip. And then she's just gone. This is what her mother, Yolanda Endries, I think is how you say it, said. We're confused about how that could change so drastically. The parents said that they heard from McCann 11 hours after the incident, which we already know, which supposedly led to Robinson's demise, and not with a lot of detail. They were later told that by Zuri Zanzibar, the hotel where the couple were staying at, that she actually had perished. So, he didn't tell him. He didn't break the gut-wrenching news. It was the hotel that broke the news to the family. So again, what say you on this case? I find it a bit strange. If you ask me, I find it extremely strange. Not every day do you have a case or a situation like this where someone, you and your loved one, your girl, your man's, go overseas to go do something fun, and then you come back without them. And I'm going to tell you this, okay? He's kind of screwed no matter what, because instantly everyone's going to be side-eyeing him no matter what. You understand that, right? You understand that, right? He's literally in a bad situation. Let's just play the idea for a second that he had nothing to do with this, and this literally is exactly what the police have theorized and have come to understand. That say she did this whole thing, she did this, that he had no hand in this. Yes, they had a heated argument. It was bad, but nothing of that turned into anything sinister on his part. Given the fact that they are overseas somewhere else, instantly he's looked at as the bad guy. Sorry, but that's the truth. Look at what we're looking at over at the Bahamas. Let's just say that Lynette Hooker actually got pushed overboard by wind, by a storm. No matter what, everyone's going to instantly side-eye that man as the bad guy. It happened in a tropical area, somewhere completely different. The story doesn't seem to make sense and all that. Now, let me tell you something. I still think that, one, what happened to Lynette Hooker, I think that man did that. And I still think, right now, gut reaction, I still think that what happened to Ashlee Jenae was done at the hands of this man, Joe McCann. Okay, I truly think that he did do this until we hear something more. And of course, I want to wait for more facts and more information. I'd love to see what the security cam footage shows and all that as well, because that will be very, very telling. But you get what I'm saying. Because they're overseas in a completely different area, it's already going to look sinister, because instantly you're going, either there was a bad guy that came out of their way and fixated on the likes of Ashlee Jenae and pounced when she got put into another room. So an outside entity, an outside evil force went and did this, or Joe was mad, big mad, went into that room and put a hurt into her to the point where she lost her life. But here's the thing. In my mind, I'm like, well, like I said, we don't know the full dynamics of their relationship. On camera, it looks perfect, but when the cameras are off, it could be hell. Shoot, it could be Ike and Tina Turner behind those doors. You feel me? It could be Ike and Tina Turner up in this mug. We don't know. Anything's possible, right? So again, it's safe to say, let's find out what happens. Let's get the facts. Let's get the information before we jump all the way in on him guilty. But gut reaction? Him guilty? That's just what I think. It's how he's acting afterwards. I find that a bit odd. It's suspicious. Okay? Or some of you guys will go, it's so sus. Yeah, it's sus. It's very sus. You're not communicating with family, with her family. They just lost their loved one. Not only just you, they just lost their daughter. Come on now. How you operating is weird, So his story is not, well, we haven't even heard his story yet. Just so you know, we haven't heard his story. And the fact that he's not telling anybody what actually happened is weird. Then they had her, before she even passed away, before she was even found allegedly in that room in that kind of way, before she passed away, they separated them to 2 different villas because they were concerned about her safety. And if she was at all in any type of mental capacity thinking about ending it all, do you really think that they would have left her in the villa or a room all by her doggone self? I guarantee you, hell to the no. They would not do that. So something about this is very, very strange. And of course, we'll hopefully find out more information as it continues to go on. Now, we have got to talk about this because something big just happened over the past hour. And I think it would be very, very wild for us not to talk about this. This is pretty insane. Hold on one second. Let me just get some of this first pulled up. Now, I don't know if you know about Eric Swalwell, okay? But Eric Swalwell literally just stepped down because of some serious allegations that were being said about him. And so we got to play a little bit of this because he did now step down. And this is serious. Okay. This is something just happened about an hour ago. And it all has to do with Eric Swalwell. So let's just take a listen to a little bit of this before we get into that breaking news. All right.
Now from Fox, I am Andy Mack. It was a swift and abrupt departure for Eric Swalwell, the Democratic congressman, as he said he's going to resign from his seat there as a California 14th district, but also ends his bid to try to be the next governor of California. This coming after an explosive report about sexual assault allegations and misconduct. And obviously lots of questions on where this came from and the timing of everything involved here. I want to put up a post from Jeremy Wright with the Politico saying how Eric Swalwell went from governor favorite to collapse. Did people see what they want to see or hear what they want to hear or not ask questions they didn't want the answers to? 1,000%. So a lot of questions on where this came from, but these allegations very serious. We're joined right now by Jeremy White from Politico. Jeremy, it's interesting to look into some of these behind closed doors conversations. What more can you tell us about this reporting and what came to light with this resignation of Eric Swalwell?
You know, this was something where there had been rumors circulating about some potential inappropriate behavior by the congressman, but really burst into public view in a very appropriately 2026 way on social media, where people started making more specific, pointed allegations. And that sort of fed a feedback loop in Sacramento, where people were increasingly bringing this up in talks with the campaign, whether with the candidate himself, pardon me, or with surrogates, and were consistently told there's nothing to it.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions exactly about this, and there's also questions on kind of where it came from. As we spoke with the San Francisco Chronicle reporter Alexei Kosev that broke this story initially. It says he was going through background on some of these candidates, and they spoke to different staffers about this. But who else potentially knew about this story and didn't come forward? Who should be also accountable and responsible for this report, these women's voices not being out there or at least heard?
Before he even says anything, I have a feeling he's going to say Pam Bondi. Remember, Pam Bondi lost her job. She got fired from her position. One of the theories was that she was giving Eric Swalwell information about people, about allegations that were being pitted against him. Could it be that the person he's going to say that's going to come out of his mouth? I haven't seen this clip yet. Is that one of them? Is that one of them that he's going to mention here? Because again, she lost her job, and they say it could have been because of her connection to Eric Swalwell and trying to leak information to him. And apparently they were good friends. Apparently they were cool. They were chummy. Let's find out.
You know, folks we spoke to and have spoken to in the last few days, including some prominent allies and endorsers and staffers, they profess shock at this. They say that when they ask the candidate or ask people in the campaign about, listen, either these specific allegations, are they true? Or more broadly, is there something we need to worry about? Is there something in your past that is going to come up in a campaign? They were given firm and categorical denials. And so there are a lot of people in the aftermath of these reports telling us that they were shocked, that they were lied to. That at least is what we are hearing.
Yeah, and obviously a shocking development, at least for people from afar, potentially voters that would have cast their ballot for Eric Swalwell. Here from Politico announcing these sexual assault, misconduct, and allegations, forcing him to withdraw. You mentioned some of the other lawmakers that are out there, including supporters, dozens of Democrats pulling their support, saying, I asked Gallego how he'd respond to people questioning if he knew Swalwell's behavior, given how much time they spent together. They said, the quote, the man led a double life. He said, for many, I mean more than 20 congressmen, people that have served with him for a long time, saying, quote, we have no clue. Is that a culture on Capitol Hill, a concern for people to see one person in the public view versus another privately?
Just saying, delicious. It is best salad I've had in a long time. Delicious, Sabrina. Delicious. Now, here's the thing. We're going to move on. We already know that he stepped down. He was about to run for governor of California. All that went literally Brian Noem, okay, cockeyed titties. Everything went tits up, okay, in regards to that. And now it's about to get even worse, because now we have some more information. Two different things. We got to take a look at this. Now his accusers are coming out and they're speaking out. Oh, hamburger, indeed. Let's take a look at this.
News interview with two women who say Democratic Congressman Eric Swalwell sexually harassed them. They told Nancy Cordes why they finally decided to go public. Swalwell denies allegations of sexual misconduct, but he did suspend his campaign for governor on Sunday and then announced he's going to resign from Congress. Nancy Cordes joins us now from Washington. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning to you, Nora. This is the first time that Swalwell's accusers have been willing to go on camera. And they told us it wasn't an easy decision, but that they've been shocked to discover how many women had stories about Swalwell that were apparently just like theirs.
I didn't tell anybody for years, out of fear.
What were you afraid of?
Well, at first I thought I was all alone.
Annika Albrecht was still in college when she says she got what she thought was a big break. California Congressman Eric Swalwell offering to stay in touch after meeting with her student group in Washington, D.C.
He offered to mentor me.
Wow.
That was, as someone who knew virtually nothing about politics at the time, or no one, that was just an incredibly generous offer that I felt very lucky to have.
She says Swalwell created a group chat with all the students and then added her as a friend on the messaging app Snapchat.
And so I asked the other people that were in the meeting, did he add them? And they said no.
Were they all men?
Yes. I was the only woman in the meeting.
She says Swalwell, who was then in his late 30s, started out talking politics, but his messages soon turned flirtatious.
Ultimately, it reached a point where he invited me to a hotel to meet him. It was very clear what the connotation was. At that point, I completely stopped responding. What I keep thinking back to is how lucky I am that I didn't go to that hotel.
Alisa Marco says she had a similar experience in 2021. She sent Swalwell a supportive message on Twitter, and to her surprise, he messaged right back.
Hold on. How do you grow up to be so smart with a Republican mom and Republican dad? How do you have a similar sitch? Huh. Interesting.
I was so excited. I was a low-level staffer who had no real political background, and he was this established figure in Democratic politics.
They began to text, but she says he soon asked if she too was on Snapchat, where messages and photos automatically get deleted after they're viewed.
How did the tenor of his conversation change?
It started out as professional and platonic, and then slowly they became more and more explicit, asking me what I was wearing. Then one night he was on a trip and he was laying in his hotel room bed, and then he sent me a photo of his penis.
Samarco showed us text messages she sent to friends at the time about Swalwell's alleged advances. In one, she wrote, "He's snapping me right now, asking when he can see me." But beyond that, both...
Okay, first off, can we talk about this? Can we talk about this, guys? No, this is a serious question. Fellas, this is a question for the fellas really quick, okay? Let me, and then I got a question for the ladies. Don't worry, I'm not trying to make the ladies feel out of the conversation. Can we talk about these pics? Can we talk about the D pics? The pictures of your equipment. So fellas, quick question. Does that work? Does that work? This is for the fellas now. I got a question for the ladies. I'm going to ask the ladies later. Just hold on. I got a question for the ladies. Okay, so a lot of y'all like, F no. and you know, and of course, I don't know who is female and who is male on some of these. Some of them are like, you know, I get it. Some are like Miss such and such. So I'm like, okay, you use female. But some of the other names on this thing, I don't know if you're male or female. Okay, so I'm trusting that the men are speaking on this right now. Now, here's the thing. For those of y'all who say, somebody said, when drunk, maybe, I'm done. I am done. Okay, now, for those of y'all who haven't answered, and some of y'all are like, you know. First off, does it work? And I don't mean, does it work? I don't care if I don't give a damn, okay? I don't care if it works or not down there. If it doesn't, then there's things you can figure out, all right? Relieve some of that stress in your life, all right? Or you can always get a blue pill, okay? But outside of that, if it works, why do it? Why do it? What? Why do it? And then the other thing is like, hold on, like, and I know some of y'all eating, just as long as you're not eating a hot dog or a sausage or a bratwurst or a Wiener Schnitzel, okay, you should be fine. Now, here's the question I have, okay, fellas, who's the first person to ever come up with the idea of, oh, if I take a picture of my dick and send it to the ladies, they're gonna love it? Who came up with that idea? Does anybody know who was the origin of the dick pic? Does anybody? Ha! Anna Banana. Funny how you said don't choke because your name is, you have banana in there. That's a phallic symbol too. Moving on though, and you said don't choke. So here's the thing. Okay, why would any man send a woman, here's my dick? Like, you know what I mean? I'm just curious. I'm literally curious. When did this become a thing? When did this ever become a thing? And then when did any girl suddenly go, ooh, I love that. Look at that dick. When was, I'm sorry for using such colorful words right now, earmuffs for the children in the room, okay? I promise this is the only time I'm going to be colorful with my words, okay? There's only one way to talk about the dick pics, and it's just saying dick, okay? So I'm curious. When did somebody say, ooh, I'm going to take a picture of my dick and then send it to a girl and she going to want to be on it? She want to ride that pole. Please explain. And then when did and then this is for the ladies. This is a question for the ladies. Okay, ladies, now's the time you can step forward and speak. Okay, and don't choke on this question. Move on. Question: did it work? When you received, if you ever received a dick pic, did it work? And then how did it transpire? What was the dialogue like? Did the guy actually like, hey, what's up? And you're like, hi, and then dick pic. Or was it like, hey, what's up? And you're like, hi, what you doing right now? Nothing, just hanging out, watching some, I don't know, Love Island. You know, I just been binge watching it all day, eating some Haagen-Dazs. Or some of y'all like, sorry, just busy, just reading the Bible, praying to the sweet Lord Jesus. What are you doing? Nothing, just doing some push-ups, getting some reps in. You know, I do about 500 push-ups every day, you know, making sure I'm nice and swole every day. Make sure my arms look like veiny penises, you know. The same old thing. Oh, that's cool. How many can you do in one session, in one set? About 100. And all of a sudden, dick pic. Like, that doesn't make sense. How do you make that make sense? Does that make sense? Who is the origin of the dick pic, and why do guys use it? I have never heard it work, ever. And especially when you're trying to, you know what I'm saying? To women that don't want it, they're not asking for it. It's not like she said, send me a dick pic. She was talking like, oh, blah, 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 Republican stuff, dick pic. What is up with this, guys? Please explain this to me. Like, I get it. We all, like, some of us guys have a hankering to just show our stuff, show the whole manhood, okay, to the girl that they like, okay? If you love them, show it, I guess. That sounds weird. But you get what I'm saying. It's like suddenly out of nowhere, I didn't ask for no dick pic. I didn't ask for this purple-headed yogurt slinger image on my phone. What if my mom or daddy is standing right next to me while we're reading the Bible and you're just sending me a dick pic? Like, what the hell's going on? Where did this come from? Fellas, okay, especially you young cats, you young fellas, let me tell you something. Just a quick heads up. It's very important that you listen to me right now, okay? And this is weird because I'm like, no, that's bad. Especially with the Eric Swalwell thing, you know. Not a good thing, but I'm going to put my hands down. So here's the thing. You got to understand, all right? You don't do that. It's not cute. Unless your girl's a freak and she's like, I want to see that, you know what I'm saying? I want to see how that little thing, what that little thing looks like. That's another conversation, okay? Then you're doing your thing. But then you got to understand who you're sending that to. Who's on the receiving end of that text message of the dick pic? Do you understand? Does everybody understand? Like, and then you don't know. They might take that and hold on to that for life and use that against you forever. You can't just be sending out a pic of your weed whacker to anyone. Just like ladies, you know, like don't you know, you're getting your tatas out and you're and then sending it to some dude that you just think is cute. You don't even know the dude from a can of paint. You don't even know the guy from Adam, and you just shown everything to the dude. What happened to courting each other? This is how we court each other now? Yes, I said courting. Yes, we're back in the Gilded Age. Come, Victoria, while we walk around the promenade. Smell flowers and talk about the latest book that came out from Jane Eyre. Like Jane Austen. But you know what I'm saying? What happened to courting people, man? Don't do what Eric Swalwell has allegedly been doing. It's not cute. Take people out for dinner. Have a conversation. Get turned on by each other's minds. And then get turned on later. Then you can show her your weed whacker. And she could show you her tatas and her hoo-ha. What the hell is going on with this world? Romance is dead. It is. People are lazy. You know what it is? We rely on these apps. Not we. Shoot, I'm Gucci, baby. Okay. But others are heavily reliant on these apps. And these apps there is nothing sexy about it. There is no interaction with that person. There's no thrill of the getting to know the person. Do they like me? Does they like me? Does they don't? Right? Like me. That thing. Ooh, she smiled. She bit her lip. Ooh, that's dope. Conversations, breaking bread. You see what I'm saying? Getting that second date. Saying her going, hey, you want to come inside and have a nightcap, which you obviously know means that you smashing. Okay, like those things, they don't exist anymore. They don't. Now it's just dick pic. What is that? And is she gonna be like, well, I don't like the curvature of that, so no, thank you. Your dick's not pretty, so we're not banging. What is this? It's weird, guys. I'm sorry, it's weird. Ella. A. Sorry. Thank you so much for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. People have been sending pics since before there were cameras. There was some Duchess who would have professionals paint and send it to her man countries away. But apples, oranges. Well, see, but that's her man's, though. That's her man. It's not like she said, here's a whole nude painting, oil painting done by Van Gogh of my entire naked body. Here you go, random man I just saw on the street for 5 seconds. No, that was to her man in another country. That's another conversation, right? That, some serious foreplay. Like that is a stretched out foreplay. You feel me? Okay, because it takes a long time to make the painting. Then you got to send it to somebody on carriage or horse, and he's got to go on a boat or whatever it needs to do, and then get all the way over to that dude in another country. You know how long it takes? That's some serious foreplay. The time when they encounter each other physical must have been insane, right? But we're talking about this day and age. That's her man's we're talking about. We're talking about people who just saw their face, this person's face. She took a good picture and they're swiping left or right or whatever the hell it is on these apps, right? And then next thing you know, hey there, Susan. Hi, nice to meet you. What do you do? Dick pic. It's that. There's no waiting. There's no, let's go and have a meal and talk to each other and get to know each other. It's the stupid crap that Eric Swalwell is being alleged of doing. You understand? Yeah, no build-up. Yes, Rose City. No build-up, baby. None. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It needs to come back. Romance is dead. What happened to that? Now it's just, here's my equipment. Here's my equipment. Where's yours? Weird. All right, I'm done. I'm sorry. But when did ever, in the history of ever, at least in the straight world, let me just say that, has the dick pic ever worked? Ever. Oh, I mean, unless you're a freak-a-leak. If you're a freakazoid, that's a different conversation. If you freaky, that's another conversation. All right? But those who actually, have maybe higher standards, because I'm not trying to slut shame anybody, okay? But those who just want to, meet the person and maybe fall in love with their brain and their personality before they go and do the sideways samba betwixt the sheets, it just... No. Fellas, stop it. Just stop. Unless she's asking for it and, you're having that exchange. That's another conversation, okay? Just not out of nowhere. Because that's like you're assaulting the eyes. You know what I'm saying? You just don't do it, okay? JLK, thank you so much. Thank you, Pascal and Maz. Boy would be moved by the time he got his painting. Yeah. Okay, that boy would be moved by the time he got his painting. He probably would have been, imagine if she sent that painting to this other country and he was already en route back. I'm sorry. Can you imagine that? He's literally passing the painting as they're crossing, the country lines. You know what I'm saying? He's on this huge voyage back to her loving heart, back to her heaving bosom, and the painting is crossing country lines as he's crossing. Oh my God. You know what I mean? And it gets to the wrong person, That would be wild. But anyway, I digress. Let us continue. Oh my Lord. Stop with the pics, guys. Just stop. You'll thank me later. I swear to God. Stop.
Women said little for years as they built careers as Democratic campaign strategists.
I was terrified that if I spoke out against him, then people would think that I was a loose cannon, that I couldn't be trusted, that maybe I'm making it up.
That was until Swalwell decided to run for governor of California.
I'm Eric Swalwell, and it's this simple.
And quickly moved to the top of the pack.
The idea that this man who has already abused his power would be given even more power and could potentially harm even more women made my whole body sick.
So, 2 weeks ago, Albrecht reached out to her good friend Cheyenne Hunt, a Democratic content creator, and asked her to post a video about the rumors that have dogged Swalwell for years.
The Democratic candidate currently leading in the California governor's race has a known history of being predatory towards women.
I could never have guessed where it would lead us.
Where did it lead?
I was immediately slammed with DMs from other women who said, I have a story to tell. And that was when I realized that this was a lot bigger than I think any of us knew.
Yikes. Yikes, guys.
Swalwell has acknowledged what he called mistakes of judgment, but denied all allegations.
Wait, what crap did he say? What? Hold on.
That was when I realized that this was a lot bigger than I think any of us knew.
Swalwell has acknowledged what he called mistakes of judgment.
Excuse me? Mistakes of judgment? Yeah, he looks hella guilty, guys. I'm sorry.
But denied all allegations of sexual misconduct.
They have never happened, and I will fight them with everything that I have.
And yet on Sunday, he suspended his bid for governor. And yesterday announced his plan to resign from Congress.
Yikes. Is that justice in your view? I think we just prevented another 30 to 40 years potentially of him harming people if he were to stay in Congress.
Yeah.
So in that sense, I think we have served justice for his future victims that won't exist anymore.
We reached out to Swalwell multiple times to ask about these specific allegations, and we did not hear back. In videos, though, he has accused the women of teaming up with MAGA Republicans or even a rival campaign. The women we spoke to say that is simply not true. In fact, Allie and Annika said they didn't even know each other before they came forward. It's pretty remarkable what they accomplished just in the...
I mean, they annihilated this dude's career. It's almost seconds, it seems like, right? Almost seconds, his career was absolutely annihilated. We have got to take a look at this because there are more people stepping forward. Another accuser is now speaking out. They did a press conference about an hour ago, and we have got to take a look at this. Oh, my Lord. My.
Swalwell is having a press conference right now. Let's go ahead and take that live.
Statement. Eric Fudali and I will also have statements. Lana will not be answering questions. Eric Fudali and I will be answering questions after the statements. Thank you all for coming. Lana.
Hello, everyone.
Get closer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lana Drews. In 2018, while I was living and working as a model in Beverly Hills, and I also owned a fashion software company, I had contact with Eric Swalwell on 3 separate occasions after meeting him socially. He offered me connections to further my software company, and I also had an interest in local politics. He invited me to 2 public events. I knew he was married at the time and that his wife was pregnant.
Aye.
He was my friend.
On the
3rd occasion, I believe he drugged my drink.
Oh, no.
I only had 1 glass of wine.
Oh, have mercy.
We were supposed to go to a political event, and he said he needed to get paperwork from his hotel room. When I arrived at his hotel room, I was already incapacitated, and I couldn't move my arms or my body. He raped me, and he choked me. And while he was choking me, I lost consciousness.
Oh, my God.
And I thought I died. I did not consent to any sexual activity. Although I did not undergo a rape kit at the time, I disclosed the assault to the people closest to me. I also recorded these events in my handwritten calendar. The assault and its impact were later documented during my therapy sessions at a sexual assault center in Connecticut. It had a profound impact on my mental health. I self-medicated in an unhealthy way. I did not want to live anymore. I cried all the time for years. At the time, I was in a dating relationship with a boyfriend I was fully committed to. I've never cheated in my life, and I would never have engaged in a consensual sexual encounter with Eric Swalwell. That reality further underscores the non-consensual nature of what occurred. It was a politically unusual and intense time in Beverly Hills, and I was considering a run for city council, which placed me in proximity to political figures and events and added to the pressure to remain composed and silent. Eric was aware I owned a software company, and he spoke repeatedly about his ability to make introductions in Silicon Valley, referencing his political representation and influence there. I was not interested in him romantically, but I was interested in the business relationship and professional connections he offered to provide. My delay in taking action against Eric was driven by fear, not doubt. Fear of his political power, his background as an attorney, and his family law enforcement ties. I have never doubted what happened. I stand with the other women who have come forward, and I will be making a report to law enforcement shortly with my attorneys. I think you have to switch places with Eric. I gotta go now.
Hi, Carumba.
Hello, my name is Eric Fudali. I'm a partner and I'm the managing attorney of the Bloom firm, and I'm very proud here to represent Lana. Mr. Swalwell and others have suggested that the allegations...
Why did it go? Bring it back.
Political campaign
there we
or
go.
Career. This is about much more than politics, and belittling such serious allegations is offensive to Lana and the victims everywhere. This is not about Democrat versus Republican. This is about accountability versus silence. This is not about the pursuit of governor. This is about the pursuit of justice. This is not about whether you're on the right side or the left side of the aisle. This is about whether you're on the right side or the left side of justice, truth, and accountability. This is not about the end of a campaign or congressional service. This is about the end of exploitation and the abuse of power, political or otherwise. Lisa and I have dedicated our careers to fighting the power in the name of justice, regardless of the politics of the perpetrator. My hope is that this message both encourages others who are suffering in silence to stand up and fight, and also I hope this encourages the grossly politicized American public and politicians to put politics aside when it comes to allegations like these and stand up for what is right and not what is just politically convenient. Thank you.
I am attorney Lisa Bloom, and I'm very proud to represent the very brave and strong woman sitting next to me today, Lana Drews. Lana deserves what all women deserve: autonomy over her own body. Every minute of every hour of every day of her life, her body is hers to control. And no man, no matter his position of power or station in life, ever has the right to make that decision for her. As her attorney, I have advised Lana of her legal rights. Immediately, we will be filing a police report with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, which is the law enforcement agency that has jurisdiction over incidents that happen in West Hollywood. Lana is committed to fully cooperating with law enforcement, and we will do everything possible to assist and support her in that. We will be providing all of her evidence there, including text messages, journal entries, photograph, and witness information. We will encourage the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office to fully and promptly investigate her complaint. We will also cooperate with any other law enforcement agencies who are investigating Mr. Swalwell. For example, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which we understand has already opened an investigation. Because Lana and our law firm are here not just for her, but for the other women, to be helpful in any way that we can. We will not rest until we get justice for Lana. I want to say something now directly to Mr. Swalwell. Your recent statement that you are just not perfect, you are not a saint, is just blather and spin. Stop it. Your statement that this is all just a matter between you and your wife is laughable, if not for the fact that it is a slap in the face to the victims. Your statement yesterday that you just made, quote, mistakes in judgment is defensive and minimizing. Stop it. Own your behavior. To any other women out there who want to talk to us, and I have received messages from other women, we are here to talk to you. To anyone else who is a witness who wants to talk to us, we are here and we want to talk to you. Of course, for free and confidentially. I am very easy to reach via my website, thebloomfirm.com. Supporting women like Lana, who stand with the other women and who show such tremendous courage, is my absolute pleasure. Questions?
Could you please spell your client's name and also tell us when this occurred?
It happened in 2018, as she said. Her name is Lana, Lonna, Drews, Drews.
How many people have reached out to you that you just mentioned, and have you heard from Mr. Swalwell and says he's going to fight these allegations?
3 other women have reached out to me just since I announced this press conference yesterday. I have not heard from Mr. Swalwell, no.
Swalwell has dropped out of the race for governor. He's resigned from Congress. What's the next form of justice for you? Because those would be what people would say that's the political motivation. What's justice now?
Justice now are the criminal investigations. So losing one's job is not a sufficient consequence for these types of allegations. We feel that the criminal investigations are the priority.
So, Lisa, are you representing both civilly and criminally, and do you think that Eric Swalwell should face criminal charges for this incident?
We are making a report to law enforcement. We're encouraging them to fully investigate. That is the priority right now.
Will you be filing that today? Will you be going to
We will be going immediately. Immediately.
What's your message to Swalwell's wife and children, his family, who's going through this right now?
I have nothing but sympathy for his wife and his children. I'm sure this is a very difficult time for them.
And the 3 women you say who reached out to you, are they based in California or are they elsewhere?
I'm not going to provide any additional details or information about the 3 who have already reached out.
What legal hurdles do you anticipate in this investigation?
That'll be up to the law enforcement. Our priority at this point is just to make sure that Lana makes the complaint, makes the report to law enforcement, how they handle the investigation, their strategy, and what hurdles they may, they may find is up to them.
Lisa, often these victims, these women feel that no one will listen to them, no one will believe them. When this news broke over the weekend, did this give your client the feeling that someone would finally listen and it was time to come forward?
Thank you, Jim. I think we've all learned enough to know now that when it comes to sexual assault allegations, it takes time for women or any victim to process what happened, to understand how to deal with the trauma, to work through it, and to get to a point where she is strong enough to come forward. It takes time. That's why the law has extended statutes of limitations, time deadlines to file, because the law recognizes that sexual assault allegations are different, and it just takes time. So for Lana, now is the time. And even now, it's very difficult, but she's doing it.
Ms. Drews, had you followed Eric Swalwell's political career, and if you're comfortable talking a little bit about how that made you feel, and just kind of seeing his face?
She's not going to be answering any questions.
Okay.
She had her statement.
Can you answer that?
Thank you. Was she following his career? I don't.
Some who know Mr. Swalwell have suggested that he was living a secret life, a double life, and they were absolutely gobsmacked at all the accusations that have come. Whether in this particular instance, or perhaps in your experience, is that usually the case that people who are around someone like him are just totally in the dark on this, or are there clues? Are there people who should have known something was wrong?
Well, it is very common when someone is multiply accused of sexual misconduct that the people around them don't know. That's very common. Or any kind of crimes. People on the street often say, I had no idea. So I think that's pretty common.
Do you have a message for the social media content creators who started publishing some of these allegations and helped these women to realize maybe for the first time that they were not alone in what happened?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you to the women on social media, to the women who have already come forward, to anyone who's been an advocate, anyone who has assisted. It's very hard to do this by yourself. And anyone who can support women, who can help them, who can advocate,
who can speak out.
It makes a tremendous difference. So thank you.
And I'll add to that, there's a phenomenon we see in our line of work. It's called collective empowerment, that when one woman comes forward or one victim comes forward against their abuser, it often empowers, like a domino effect, multiple other women to come forward. This is why Lisa and myself are always encouraging women to come forward, stop suffering in silence, because not only are you saving yourself, but you're also saving someone who you are empowering, that you will probably never meet, to come forward and step up and start fighting against their abuser.
Lisa, you said that you're going to ask the Sheriff's Department to investigate the case, and
Yes.
you're going to cooperate with other entities, law enforcement agencies?
Correct.
What is the final objective of this? What do you want to
Justice.
see? Where do you want to see him?
Justice, that's the final objective. Justice for Lana. Yes?
Can you describe where that photo was from? And
Yes.
Can you give us any more details about the text messages or any evidence?
So this is a photograph that we've enlarged, obviously. It was the opening of a restaurant called Avra, A-V-R-A, in 2018, and it's one of the times that Lana described where she met with Eric Swalwell.
Will the firm be releasing any additional supplemental material to the media?
Not to the media, to the sheriff's office. We will be providing all of our evidence to the sheriff's.
Can you repeat which set of the picture? I'm sorry. I didn't catch it.
So this was the opening of a restaurant called Avra, A-V-R-A, where this is Ms. Drews, this is Mr. Swalwell in 2018.
How many times have the two seen each other or met each other?
Right. So 3 times, as she said in her statement. There was no contact after the incident.
And would this be the first time law enforcement is contacted?
By us? Yes.
By
Yes.
Michigan?
Yes. Okay. Okay.
Could you react? We have 2 congressmen now resigning before expulsion, and just a reaction to that before he's going to move forward.
Enough is enough. Of course, anyone in a position of power who is credibly accused of abusing a woman or anyone should step down. Of course, it should never happen in the first place. I think the American public is sick and tired of these stories, and I'm sick and tired of women being victimized by men in power. Enough is enough. It's really appalling. I'm glad at least these 2 have stepped down. There are 2 more who are being investigated in Congress for misconduct and facing expulsion. I can say briefly about Mr. Swalwell resigning from Congress yesterday. I do not, in my opinion, see that as an act of accountability at all. I see it as an effort to avoid the expulsion hearing that was coming, because once he steps down, the Ethics Committee no longer has jurisdiction to impose consequences on him. So even though he made some kind of a statement about, I made mistakes, etc., very vague, not really owning up to anything, certainly not apologizing to women, I believe that was the reason why he stepped down, to avoid that hearing. However, there are other consequences, such as law enforcement, and that's what we're doing now.
What would you consider accountability?
Justice via the criminal justice system.
But also civil?
Right now, we're focusing on the criminal justice system. We think that's the most appropriate.
Could you be a little more specific in justice? Can you tell us what exactly you're looking for?
I'm not, because once you make a report to law enforcement, it is in their hands. We can control what we can control, which is we will answer all of their questions, we will cooperate, we will provide all of the evidence. And then the LA County Sheriff's Office and the Los Angeles District Attorneys will make a decision that they feel is appropriate. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thanks, man.
Crazy, guys. That is that is just absolutely nuts. And boy, there's this absolute. It's just, this is so wild. I'm just gonna say that. This is just so damn wild. Hold on. Something else just happened, and so we got to take a look at this too. Brian Hooker. So we were just talking about Lynette Hooker, right? Brian Hooker. And if you guys could hit that like button down below, that'd be greatly appreciated. Can you hit that like? Could we get it past 1K? You know, we've been on for 4 hours straight. That would be greatly appreciated. There is something that just recently happened, and so we need to take a look at it as well. It's crazy. Lynette Hooker's husband, Brian Hooker, that everybody is side-eyeing right now, he has been released from released from jail, being, holed up. Okay, he's been released by police. He's also been released without charges, which is also something very, very interesting. Now, I know everybody and their mama is side-eyeing this dude, and I don't blame them. I'm side-eyeing the hell out of this guy too, because of the story of what happened to with the story that surrounds the story of Lynette. Just seems a little bit weird that Lynette was on an 8-foot dinghy with her husband, Brian Hooker, in the Bahamas. They were on their dinghy on their way to their boat, like their big ass boat. This is allegedly what's being told. When all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they're hit with some really bad weather, and she is knocked off the boat. She's knocked overboard off the dinghy, and she's nowhere to be found. She just disappears into the ocean. He went off to row back to shore because apparently she had the keys to the boat on her person when she went into the ocean, So he couldn't take his boat. He couldn't turn on his boat and keep it moving. So he had to row the dinghy back to shore. Then as soon as he got back to shore, that's when he called 911 saying that she was missing, or, called police saying that, reporting that she was missing. And she's been missing ever since. Now she's presumed dead now, just so you guys know. But today, yesterday he was being held. He was held in jail. Police were holding him. Charges were pending. They were asking him a bunch of questions. And now he has been released. He has been released from custody. And apparently he did an interview, which is also fascinating. So we definitely have got to take a look at this. Yeah, he's sitting there with his lawyer.
Just spoke to the husband of a Michigan woman who disappeared on a boat ride in the Bahamas 10 days ago. Brian Hooker was released from police custody without being charged. CBS News correspondent Christian Benavidez is live from Freeport, Bahamas, and joins us to talk about it. So, Christian, what did he tell you?
Vlad and Kelly, good morning. Well, look, he had a lot to say, but he couldn't get to it because his attorney cut the interview short.
That's wild. The lawyer is cutting him off. Now, I get it. It's like there's certain things he can't talk about, so on and so forth. But they cut the interview short. That's wild.
A lot of questions for him. We asked him 3 very important questions in between our conversation with him. Just to give you a little backdrop on how exactly we got to this interview, we had agreed to an interview at some point today. And then we got a phone call early this morning that said the interview has to happen at this very moment because Brian Hooker is going to leave the area where we are in right now. And so within very short notice, we quickly were able to get something set up. We spoke to him, but we only spoke to him for about 6 minutes before his attorney said that he couldn't get into certain aspects of the investigation. Here is some of the interview, and we'll talk about it on the other end.
I want to. My goal is to go back and speak with the Hopetown Fire and Rescue volunteers, the search and rescue volunteers. They have been, I believe, still looking whenever they can, but even while I have been detained by the Royal Bahamian Police Department. I was speaking with a volunteer the day that I was detained to go out on one of their boats. They were going to take off work and take me searching some more areas. I won't be able to stop looking.
You want to keep looking for Lynette?
I'm going to need somebody with more authority to tell me to stop.
Can you explain to me? You've seen the attention this case has had.
And more like I've heard about it. I have not looked at the news or any social media since the day before the accident, because my sister flew in to support me and said it's getting terrible out there. And then I went to dinner one night after searching, and I was approached by a freelance reporter, and I began to think that it was going to be terrible.
And then she cut it off.
That freelancer was our CBS News producer who had tracked down Brian Hooker for us and asked him if he had anything to say about the ongoing search. You've seen that video on our platforms. Importantly, the things that we did not get to ask him about. What happened on the dinghy? What happened that night?
No doubt.
Because his attorney, again, cut the interview short. We did ask him a number of important questions. Among them, if he believes that Lynette is still alive. He said that he does, and he goes into what he wants to do next. So we'll have clips of that interview throughout the day on all CBS News platforms.
Christian.
That was a weird... that was a weird interview. I will say that, yes, at least he is in hiding for now. Literally, it's like they halted all interviews after this interview. Just so you know, like she said, you have an opportunity to interview him right now, and that's it. And then he's leaving the area. And that's literally what they did. So they've halted all interviews, and that's it. So we just heard what we heard from him is that's all we're going to hear from him for the most part. And now he's going off to some other area. Yeah, he's sitting there going like, I won't stop until I find my girl. But there's something about this that just doesn't feel authentic. But here's the thing. I mean, no matter what, because we already heard that he has quite a temper, okay? There's been moments where he's put his hands on his wife. The kids have seen it. They grew up seeing it as well. There's a history of violence within this relationship. They broke up for a while. They went their separate ways. There was a separation for a little while before they got back together. And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, she falls overboard in a dinghy in the ocean. And now she's nowhere to be found. Seems a little bit odd, don't you think? Now, again, I've said this before. Maybe he has nothing to do with this. Maybe he is innocent. Just maybe he is innocent. Maybe. But there's also a lot of information, a lot of backstory and stuff that does not help his case right now. And what's sad is that the only other person that could tell us exactly what happened is in the ocean somewhere. Now, he says he believes that she's still alive somewhere, but she's gone, y'all. She's somewhere in the ocean, somewhere. It's been days, several days. I don't think she's treading water like that. So again, the question is, do you believe it? Do you think he did it? Do you think he didn't? Now, I know I asked you guys about the Joe McCann guy, about the Ashlee Jenae situation. Out of 403 votes, 90% of y'all think he's guilty. And I mean, even with this one, I know a lot of y'all are still side-eyeing the hell out of this dude too. And I don't blame you guys for, side-eyeing the hell out of this guy too. Because all signs are pointing towards foul play. Even his backstory, foul play. So we'll see what happens, but that just seems, all of it seems a little bit weird to me. But we'll see. Time will only tell. You see what I'm saying? Time will only tell. But guys, I got to wrap up the show. I appreciate all y'all for being here. It seriously means a lot. That is the show. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It means a lot. We ventured through many realms today. Many realms, from true crime to pop culture. Well, yeah, pop culture-ish, to politics and all the mucky in between. We're keeping an eye on all of it. Okay, we're talking about it all as best as we can. I may be back on a little bit later on this afternoon. I don't know yet. I got some things I got to take care of, but I will let you guys know, or you'll know when I'm on. Okay, but please do me a favor. Before we head out, hit that like button down below, crush it, do what it do, hit that reaction button if you're watching on these other platforms. If you are watching on these other platforms like Facebook, X/Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, do me that solid. Hit that follow button. Follow. Make sure you're subscribed here on my YouTube channel. Subscribe right here on my main channel. Oh, also, please make sure and subscribe to my second channel, The Pascal Show Clips, because there's a lot of clips that I'm taking out of these live shows that, maybe you didn't get a chance to see the whole show and you just want to see a clip of a segment of the show, of a moment that I'm covering on the show. So by all means, please make sure you're subscribed to the second channel. It's called The Pascal Show Clips. Subscribe over there. Of course, also hit that notification bell. Set it to all so you know whenever I upload over there as well. Okay? Because it's random and it's whenever I get some time to upload some things. Okay? But here it is. Hit that notification bell here too on my main channel. Hit that join button down below. Become a member. Check out my Patreon, which is in that ticker going across the screen, very slow like. And of course, check out PascalMerch.com. We got some really great stuff over there, so go check it out, pascalmerch.com. Anyway, guys, it is time to get going. Much love to you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in and watching this show. Many more cases and many more subjects and subject matters to discuss and talk about very, very soon, so be on the lookout. But anyway, it's time to get going. Be good to yourselves. Be good to one another. This is The Pascal Show. Bye.